summer. There was one at the Man.
One of Danny Trejo's taco stands?
Yeah, Trejo's Tacos, yeah.
Huh. Have you ever had one?
No, man, there was a line, so I didn't want to wait in line.
Good for him, though.
Yeah.
I read his, no, I didn't read it. There was a documentary that I watched about his time in prison. Yeah. I mean, he did hard time.
Wow.
Like he was doing some real, and I think it was Chino and another prison where, yeah, you had to be a badass.
Super nice guy, by the way.
Incredibly nice.
Really nice guy. He turned 79 today. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the super question this morning. What is theophobia?
Theo!
All right, we're going to go to John. Hey, John, good morning.
John!
I'm going to say it's the fear of the wrath of God.
Yeah, fear of God or deities. That is correct, yes.
Oh.
Hang on, John. Theology.
Yes.
I guess that's where that comes
Cosby
from.
Show.
Cosby's.
Sweaters.
Yeah. All right, John, hang on.
Mushmouth.
We're going to set you up with a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card back for a limited time. You can enjoy Dine and Discover a special 3-course dinner for two for only $45.90. Explore menu favorites from the grill, land and sea, including 2 salads, 2 entrees, and a shareable dessert. You can visit bonefishgrill.com for the details. So Anne Heche was laid to rest in an intimate and special Mother's Day service over the weekend. The actress died at the age of 53 in August last year after crashing her car into a Los Angeles home. We all remember that. She was cremated shortly after the accident. Her family placed her ashes in Hollywood Forever's Cathedral Mausoleum on Sunday.
Oh, it took a while. Yeah.
A representative for the crematorium told People both sons, Homer LaFoon and Atlas Tupper, were present, adding that the ceremony was small, private, and lovely.
I'll tell you what. I was watching the footage. It was, I guess, again, one of these YouTube things, but it was the footage, Kathy, you remember you and I were like horrified when she sat up on the gurney.
So
but
weird.
She was on the way out at that time, but she just had a physical, the pain was so overwhelming. It's just horrible.
Another source told the outlet that it was a very intimate and special service, which included her son's fathers, Coleman LaFoon and James Tupper. They said everybody came together in peace and love, and the family was totally united, and it was beautiful.
Have you ever been to a service where they were putting away the cremated remains?
No, not into a mausoleum.
Right.
I have not.
Right. Yeah, neither have I.
I've been to a wake,
right,
where the urn is
that
there,
I have,
but I have not been to where they actually inter the remains. No. Martha Stewart is eager to show the world that it's never too late to become a swimsuit model. The 81-year-old entrepreneur is, in fact, a cover model of Sports Illustrated's annual swimsuit issue.
That is crazy. I want to be Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
Like, I fully want to be Martha Stewart.
I'm sure.
Years
Everything
ago, she had done modeling, so she's no stranger. It was like many years ago, but
whatever,
the pictures are great.
Whatever she's done with her aging process, because obviously she's had work done, she's done it right.
Yeah.
She looks good.
It does not look crazy obvious or anything like that.
It's a good thing.
And Kathy, you've already got the cooking part down pat.
Yeah.
So,
well, listen.
The activities.
Well, yes, all of the like floral design and the do-it-yourselves. Yes, the cooking, not so much.
It's the lethal food we have to get past.
However, she does have a list of easy recipes that I do make on holidays.
I mean, if you ever look at like what all she's like everything, anything and everything. It's crazy how well-versed she is at certain things. Like, even, like, raising poultry, like chickens and stuff like that. I mean, like, she's a champion at it.
Her story's actually pretty cool. And then I was, I forget what it was on, but it was they were kind of re-examining cases and lawsuits that grabbed the headlines. And remember her thing with insider trading?
Mm-hmm.
And they make a case in this documentary that she should not have gone to jail for that she was made a scapegoat.
So in a video that accompanies the online photo gallery, Stewart says, I don't think about age very much, but I thought that this is kind of historic, and I want other women to feel that they could also be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Do we have a clip?
We have a clip of her talking about the process of going to do the photo shoot.
Okay, yeah, let's get a little bit of that. Here we go.
What do you think? I like that picture. I'm sort of shaking because, it's odd to go to an island and then get changed into 9 different bathing suits in one day in front of all those people, and it turned out okay.
So the publication announced Stewart's cover appearance Monday morning, saying in a tweet that Stewart is continuing to make her mark. Her cover appearance comes at a time When questions about ageism in society and the workplace are a hot topic, older women are finding increased acceptance in Hollywood, at least as evidenced by this year's Oscars. Of course, Michelle Yeoh, at 60 years old, won for Best Actress in her role in Everything Everywhere All at Once. And Jamie Lee Curtis, who is 64, won for Best Supporting Actress for her part in the same picture. Not that Stewart is exactly new to posing for pictures. She started her professional life as a model in her teens. She later became a stockbroker. But obviously, she found her greatest success in the lifestyle space with books, television shows, and a magazine. And her net worth is estimated to be around $400 million.
I think one of the funniest things is her friendship with Snoop Dogg.
It's
it's the
great.
best.
Like
Yeah.
everything about her, she's just great. And she's, by the way, she's in her 80s.
Yeah.
82.
Like,
Yeah.
Or 80. Is she 82 or 81? 81. Yeah, 80.
81,
That's
yeah.
insane.
I mean,
Yeah. So she is one of 4 cover models for this year's swimsuit issue. The others are, as we said, birthday girl Megan Fox, also singer-songwriter Kim Petras, and 5-time SI swimsuit model Brooks Nader. And so she's got living her best life it just keeps happening
She's
for
getting
her.
better. Now, I'd say this. Obviously, we're talking about it, so they're doing more stunt covers. But does anyone, do you remember it used to be super huge? The SI release,
Oh, yeah.
the reveal.
Yeah.
It was enormous. And now it's kind of waned a bit over the years.
Yeah, I think it hit its zenith probably in the late 80s, early 90s.
Like Christy Brinkley.
It still holds a prestige, though.
It does. Absolutely.
If you are labeled
I'm
with
still trying for it.
SI swimsuit model, then that's something to hang your hat on. You know?
Well, I think
So
we can break to a glass ceiling, Preston. Men doing it.
it's not too late.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone created monuments to the movie that made him a star. So you'd think that he would take them with him when he sold his estate to Adele, but it turns out that's not the case. Adele is now the proud owner of a Rocky statue perched at the base of her new swimming pool. What's funny about this and what it reminds me of, and it was supposed to be tongue-in-cheek, in the movie I Love You, Man, Lou Ferrigno, there's a giant statue of himself out by the pool.
Yeah.
Stallone actually did that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, and so we don't know if there's also a Rocky statue that was inside the main house as well, but I don't know if that's still there or not.
There's a statue from over the top in the bathroom.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Is my hat's backwards?
Right.
Yeah.
That's the switch.
And then you push my arm down and it flushes the toilet.
Oh, my God,
Yeah.
that's brilliant.
amazing.
Over the top.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. And it stops people from taking upper deckers.
So Adele and her boyfriend Rich Paul posed in front of the house as they both held the keys to their new kingdom. As for the home, it is loaded with good stuff. A gym, a sauna, steam room, infinity pool, cigar room, screening room, custom bar, art studio, and a 2-story guest house.
When you're just 2 people in a house that big, that's just kids, right? Do you ever effectively live in the house, like all the house?
No.
You know?
I wouldn't think
I mean,
so.
you're kind of always saying just a couple rooms anyway.
Yeah, I would hope at some point, if you're going to be there for years, that you might
Right.
try sleeping in another room.
Hey, what's in this room?
But it's mainly, I would think, for entertaining,
Yeah.
for having people over as guests to stay or, sharing it with family. It's one of the largest homes in the exclusive gated community of Beverly Park.
Will you? That's the doorbell.
Yeah.
Will you?
I'll be right there.
I'm coming.
Hang on. Neighbors include
Well, ring the
neighbors include Denzel Washington, Magic Johnson, Justin Bieber, and Lisa Vanderpump.
Lisa Vanderpump. Wow, another legend.
Yeah. She now has a Rocky statue to call her own. All right, here's what I was referring to earlier with Janet Jackson. This is from Philly Chit Chat. Actually, we had Huey Dillon on the other day.
Yes.
Give us a call to talk about the Taylor Swift sighting that wasn't real.
Wasn't real.
Monday night at Broad Hall inside the Divine Lorraine, Questlove hosted a birthday party for his friend Janet Jackson, whose birthday is today that we mentioned earlier. Marissa gave me the tip off on this. The evening started with Philly's own DJ Joshua Lang spinning for the crowd. Janet arrived at about 11:20. Shortly afterwards, Questlove arrived to greet her as well as start his set at midnight, and the party continued till about 2 o'clock this morning.
I can only stay till 3 a.m. My mother's coming to pick me up.
So wait, but was she only here because...
No, she's got some shows in the area. Janet wore a leopard coat and arrived with 3 bodyguards and 3 friends. Questlove arrived alone. I assume that ended this morning or yesterday. Yeah. So Janet is in the middle of her tour and will appear in Allentown on Thursday and then the Hard Rock in Atlantic City on Saturday night.
No venue directly here?
Not that I know of. No, I've not seen anything like that. In a recent Mother's Day blog post, Drew Barrymore explained how entering rehab as a teenager helped her realize that she needed to be emancipated from her parents. She said, when I got emancipated by the courts at 14 years old, the umbilical cord was severed, and I have not been the same since. It was necessary for me to step away and start to become my own person, and at the age of 14, my own parent. Her mother sent her to Van Nuys Psychiatric in California when she was 13 years old. She said it was a drug rehabilitation center where, like the adults in residence, once you came in, you did not leave.
Her mother was a wild child and was not what was her name? Jade, was that the mom's name?
I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, she was an alcoholic, and I don't know if she's still alive, but yeah, she was a terrible parent.
She was there for nearly 2 years. She said it taught me the foundations of telling your truth. Not in a way that made you an immovable person on some high horse, but your story, your feelings, your faults, your hopes and wishes, your hurts, what and where you wanted to get to in life. And she said, and very important, who was going to help you on your path and who you would have to let go. And for me, at the end, when I got out, it was my mother.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, it was her mother was toxic.
Her mother introduced
no better word
her
for that.
to drinking and drugs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember she was going out as much as Drew Barrymore was. And you can't have a mother like that.
Nope.
You just can't.
So from moms to dads, we'll jump over there. While appearing on CBS Sunday Morning over the weekend, actor Jeremy Strong recalled a traumatic experience from his childhood. When the Succession star was 8 years old, his father, David Strong, saved him from an oncoming car. He said the pair were out walking one day when Jeremy said there was a car coming like 40 miles an hour. It wasn't slowing down for the traffic light. He said, so he picked me up, threw me out of the way, and he got hit by the car.
Wow.
Broke all the bones in both of his legs.
Why did they do that?
He said, saved my life.
He goes running out and holds the kid in front of him.
Yeah, so his dad jumped out and took the car.
That had to be a pretty quick reaction.
Yes, very much so. So great story about his father. So according to Entertainment Tonight, romance rumors are swirling around Kim Kardashian and Tom Brady.
Oh, that can't be.
However, a source told the outlet the pair are just friends.
Yeah.
The source added, Tom and Kim have been in touch because Kim is looking to buy property where Tom has a vacation home.
Oh.
In the Bahamas.
Yeah.
So Tom's rep have also denied the romance rumors. So
I don't see that happening, but then again, I haven't seen a lot of these things happening, and they do.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
No,
either.
he's too purebred.
Yeah. I don't know. Olivia Wilde shared photos of herself at Colton Underwood and Jordan C. Brown's wedding to her Instagram stories on Sunday. In one photo, the director can be seen wearing a white silk dress and holding a parasol.
That's exactly what I would wear.
She said, wore a wedding dress to a wedding just so I could make a joke about it in my toast.
Isn't it considered bad cricket to wear a
Yes.
Usually
white?
the bride.
Yeah,
it
can.
is.
Yep.
But you have two grooms in this particular situation. In another photo, she is hugging Underwood and Brown, and she said the grooms approve.
All right.
So that I think she checked ahead of
If
time.
they're down with that, fine.
And they were okay with it. Hailey Bieber shared her fears about bringing children into the world with her husband, Justin Bieber. It was in a recent interview with the Sunday Times. She said, I want kids so bad, but I get scared. It's enough that people say things about my husband or my friends.
It's hard to understand them.
I can't imagine having to confront people saying things about a child.
I mean, goo goo gaga, what does that mean?
She said, we can only do the best that we can to raise them as long as they feel loved and safe.
Hailey Bieber's right.
Hailey Bieber is
Hailey
right.
Bieber is right.
So on to Jamie Foxx. According to Entertainment Tonight, he and his daughter, Corinne Fox, are teaming up for a new game show. They said in a joint statement, we are thrilled to be developing We Are Family with Jeff Appeloff and our friends from Fox Entertainment after so much success with 6 seasons of Beat Shazam. She said, we hope this show brings as much fun to audiences at home as we've had creating it when it premieres next year.
So what is this story? She said he was home and playing pickleball, and then we also hear another story that he's not in the hospital, but that he's at a rehab facility that deals primarily with stroke recovery.
Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe pickleball is part of their therapy.
Yes.
I don't know.
Maybe I need to get into pickleball.
She said, We Are Family will feature non-famous relatives of celebrities as audience members have the chance to win $100,000 if they can guess who the secret celebrities are through rounds of clues. Interesting. Maybe.
So the non-famous siblings of famous people. So I know who the first one's
relatives, not necessarily siblings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rob Kardashian, right? No one.
I don't know. Nobody knows who he is. But yeah, they could be, I don't know, they could, if they'll go as far out as cousins and things like that.
Are you pretty good with when you see early shots of celebrities?
No.
I'm really good with that. Yeah. And, but it's, I'd be curious to see how this plays out.
TMZ does that,
all the time.
Yeah, so they'll post a picture and say, who is this? And you can usually nail
pretty
it.
Pretty good, yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not good at that at all. Deadline reports that the forthcoming JFK thriller titled Assassination will have a star-studded cast: Al Pacino, John Travolta, Courtney Love, Viggo Mortensen, Rebecca Pidgeon, Shia LaBeouf are all set to star in the film, and David Mamet will direct the pick.
Wow.
That's got the potential to be really good.
David Mamet, the great writer, wrote Glengarry Glen Ross.
Yeah, so JFK thriller titled Assassination.
Too JFK, Too Furious.
The LA Times reports that iconic country music star Reba McEntire will be joining The Voice for its 24th season. She's going to replace
4 seasons.
She's going to replace Blake Shelton as part of the 4-coach setup.
I can't tell you how torn up I am at the loss of Blake Shelton on that show.
I know. But
it was enough when Adam Levine left,
and that
dynamic.
It was gone.
It was gone.
You can't recapture it with anybody else.
Can Reba do it?
We're gonna find out.
All right.
Hey, she's sassy.
She's sassy.
Yeah.
Sexy, sassy bitch.
24 seasons? What is it? 2 per? Like, how
It's
many
gotta be,
years
yeah.
has it been?
It's got to be.
Yeah, I don't know how many years, but a lot of times they'll pull off 2 seasons.
Right.
And that's why The Bachelor has had, 54.
It's in its
however many.
200th season.
Yeah. Deadline reports that sequels are in the works for 2 of Showtime's signature shows, Nurse Jackie and Weeds. Edie Falco and Mary Louise Parker are both expected to reprise their roles and executive produce their individual sequels. I didn't watch either one of those shows, but I know...
Oh, you didn't watch Weeds?
I didn't.
Oh, you like it.
Yeah?
It's really good actors, and there's weed.
The sex scene, I remember seeing that
yeah.
between her and the younger dude, and they were kind of like pushing at each other's faces, and they were repelled but attracted to each other at the same time. It was kind of a weird little thing. I find her to be a sexy woman.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you ever see the movie Red with Bruce Willis and John Malkovich?
Parts of it.
Yeah, she's sexy
good in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. So Avatar: The Way of Water has officially set a streaming release date. Both Disney Plus and Max, formerly known as HBO Max, will have it on June 7th. Joint streaming rights between Disney Plus and Max allows Max to share streaming windows with Disney Plus and Hulu for half of the studio's titles throughout the 2022 release year. So the movies, I guess, that came out in 2022 are available to be on all of those.
Did you see it?
No.
Yeah, I saw it. I enjoyed it. It was good.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of I've been here before, which is the intent, but it's long. It's I don't know if you can get 2 or 3 more movies out of this, which is the plan.
Right.
So, okay.
We'll see.
Yeah.
It's also official that Archer is coming to an end. The long-running animated comedy will conclude with its upcoming 14th season, and season 14 will premiere August 30th on FXX with 2 new episodes beginning at 10 p.m.
Used to watch it all the time. A very funny show, but 14 seasons.
In season 14, Archer and the agency are finding their own way with Lana at the helm. Her goal is to make money while also making the world a better place, but she quickly finds out running a spy agency isn't so cut and dry. Archer premiered on FX in 2009. It moved to FXX in 2017. And the series has received 10 Emmy nominations with 4 wins, including one for Best Animated Series in 2016. And then a little bit of Preston and Steve's celebrity news.
Really?
Well, I don't know if it's celebrity news, but I don't know if you guys know this, but May 16th, 2005, 18 years ago, was the day that we debuted on WMMR.
Wow.
This date, 18 years ago, our very first show on MMR took place.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary as an entity, and we're going to have a party a week from this Friday at Keenan's to commemorate that.
Yeah, we just happened to coincide with the Keenan's thing. It's going to be pretty cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Do you want to hear a little bit of our first show?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait till you hear this.
Oh, God, here we go.
Well, it's the Preston and Steve show, and this is our first day at WMMR.
Who's that kid?
That voice sounds weird.
Who's that kid?
Wow.
Just feels great.
Yeah.
It feels awesome to be back on the radio. I mean, I was like this close to becoming a raging alcoholic while we were off. So I'm glad that I'm forced to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning again.
So now you can get back to working out and jogging. And,
Hey, your voice sounds different, too.
I just want to. It's great to be back.
Yeah.
By the way, the time we were off, went to the gym 2 times. 2 times in almost 3 months. About 25 years I'll be there.
Excellent.
But you know what? It's been a strange course of events that's led to us being here. Obviously, our former radio station Y100 no longer exists, and we went through a few strange moments there. But finally, we found our way here and hope to stay for a long time.
very welcoming here at WMMR, and really the thing that was most important to us is that they wanted to provide us with a chance to be on the air here in Philadelphia.
To do what we
love
do.
being
Yeah.
on the air so dearly for
really
many
was very
years.
important.
And that
Wow.
Oh my God.
Our voices we're different
I
pitches.
would also say there's probably a little bit. I mean, we definitely sound different regardless,
Yeah.
but I think that the audio file itself might be a little pitched up.
I also I just realized, so you guys were only together 5 years prior to me coming
At
to the show?
Y100.
Yeah, that's probably
Well,
about
we,
right.
we also worked together at WDRE.
Do you count that time? Or
No, not as the Preston and Steve show.
That's the before time.
Right. That was, yes.
Okay. So 25 years as because I'm at 20 years. So
Yeah,
and I
that
didn't
makes sense.
I didn't realize it was only 5 years prior to.
That's wild.
Nothing
man.
has really changed.
Yeah. Interesting.
Anyway, so you joined when?
In 2003.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
go.
So yeah,
All right.
2020. I'm at 20 years.
Yeah.
How
That's
about that?
amazing. That is amazing.
Time flies.
Cray.
All right, so happy anniversary, everybody. Yay. All right, we're going to do the clips now. Sweetwater follows the inspiring story of Nat Sweetwater Clifton's journey to the NBA. And here, star Everett Osborne talks about his role.
This one person changed the game of basketball. Like, just brought creativity, flair, and style, like the alley-oops, like everything he brought. And we love the game. We see the game to this day. We love and appreciate it, but we don't understand the reference point. So I think that was one of the pivotal parts for me, just really seeing that, understanding the responsibility we have with that. And it was beautiful. Yeah.
Sweetwater is available now. That's on Apple TV, by the way. Here's our next clip. Angourie Rice tests her musical abilities in the new show, The Last Thing He Told Me. In this clip, she talks about the opportunities that she has had on set.
I love musical theater, and Josh Singer, who is our showrunner, he also loves musical theater. And so that was really fun to play and to go into the studio and record a song and to go through that whole process as an added bonus.
I don't think I want to see it.
The Last Thing He Told Me is also out now on Apple TV Plus, if you want to check that out. And by the way, Marissa handed me this note. If you would like to, the entire first show of the Preston and Steve program will be posted on PrestonandSteve.com. Now,
Right
or
now?
it is up now.
How about that?
If you'd like to
Check it out.
Yeah, please. All right. And there you go. Entertainment Report for today. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Later this morning, we're going to have Michael Carbonaro on the show. Chef Jennifer Carroll is stopping by, and some free food for you might be in the works, so you'll want to stick around for that as well. We'll be back in a moment. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
What's new?
Glad you asked. Mammoth WVH. Dorothy. Aaron Jones.
New music, more of everything that rocks.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Dell Auto Group opened their doors in 1975, so that means at that time people said the Dell Toyota was far out. And then in the 1980s, they became totally tubular. In the 90s, people said that it was da bomb diggity. And then it was lit. And then these days, people are saying that buying a car at Del Toyota just hits different. Listen, no matter how you speak, bottom line is that Jack Del and Del Toyota have been selling them for less for almost 5 decades now. Don't miss this year's 48th anniversary sales event. They're rolling back to the 1970s pricing. And during this event, you can drive home a new 2023 Toyota Camry LE for only $129 per month. Del Toyota is close as well, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. You can also visit them online at deltoyota.com. And if you're afraid that you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. See dealer for full details on all offers.
We know this place by heart. We know what makes it tick, what makes it different, what makes it awesome. Because we live here too. CBS Philadelphia has been here since the beginning, working to uncover the heart behind the headline. From the main line to South Jersey and down the shore, we care as much as you do, and we are proud to tell our stories. CBS News Philadelphia, finding heart in every beat.
Without had a major wardrobe malfunction that may have escaped viewers' notice.
Nice beaver.
Are we sure that's what it was?
The 46-year-old told E.T.
I can see a beaver.
I think it was the 3rd or 4th episode. I walk out, my hand is on my back, and I was holding my dress together. It was not zipped up. And I did not have on any of my jewelry.
OMG.
Yeah,
What is that, a Muppet between your legs?
Yeah.
Actually, she does look kind of bare without jewelry.
Yeah, you're right, because they usually bling them up on that show.
Well, she's been a complete success during this whole run with the screwing up stuff right and left. And
She must have been rushed for whatever reason. Remember my wardrobe malfunction when my knocker fell out?
No. Excuse me?
Was it dancing? Salsa
Yeah, I
dancing.
remember.
It was a halter top, so it clipped behind my neck.
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of a performance, and it snapped off, and it literally just fell down. And I remember the move. I had to drop to the floor in like a count or two, and so I went down early. And like I remember my partner looking at me like, "What are you doing?" And I had probably 1 or 2 seconds to put the snap back together, and sure enough, it happened, and I put it together, and I was ready to go right after. I don't know how that happened.
Were you at Parks or something like that?
No, I was at the dance studio La Luna in Ben Salem, and it was on video, and we did have the video, but I made the guy who had the video kind of blur out my nips.
Nips didn't show,
So
did
you'll
they?
never know if they're pink or brown.
Damn it, we were so close.
No case, my nips didn't show.
I was at a friend's wedding one time, and there was a couple out on the dance floor, and this woman's boob was there just dancing along. Her boob's
She
just
didn't
hanging
know?
out. She had no idea. No idea.
Dude, those things
Somebody eventually said something to her.
They're so tight, and like sometimes it just like pops out the top, and you don't even know.
Well, my wife's old roommate she was wearing a top that was so loose that we were. It was like a Saturday morning. We were on the back patio having a coffee. She must have like bent over for something, and then she came back up and full on. She didn't even know. I had to be like, "Yo, dude,
your boob
is," because like I guess like the nipple kind of got caught underneath the neck of the shirt. It was the neck of the shirt had come down.
That is a loose-ass shirt.
That is a loose-ass shirt. I was like, dude, you're...
I just got...
Your boobs are hanging out! Just one.
I just got a text from the guy who has the video, and he said those were the days.
Yes, they were.
Giving the gift is more important, I think, than the receiving.
So I'll get some things from my wife. She'll say, here's something that I like, and here's something, and so I will get some good gift ideas. But the ones that I'm more excited about are the ones that go, you know what, man? She didn't ask for this. I don't even know if she even knows that this thing exists, but I think she would like this.
I have a couple on the list this year that I'm really excited about. Sometimes you go for it, and sometimes it'll be like, oh. And like, I missed on that one.
Oh, dude, Rochelle told me that she's like, there's one gift I'm really excited to give to you. And I'm like, there's nothing that I'm excited to give you. Oops.
So
do you have something?
Oh, yeah, I have several things.
All right.
I have several things. But there's
She's gonna
nothing
love
that's like, wow, is she going to freak out when she gets this? You know what
Preston,
I mean?
I don't know if you've seen it, and it might be a last-minute thing to add to the list. It is a it's a dildo mounted on like a machine gun thing.
All right, hear him out. Hear him out.
It's like a machine gun truck. You've seen those.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They look like the perfect holiday gift.
You know what? You can't put a price tag on love.
No, it's a gift that keeps on giving all year.
Yes.
Wait, Steve, let me ask you a question.
Oh, it's got a pull start?
Yeah,
oh, my God. Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Bastard's powerful.
There you go. The automatic.
Oh, my God.
Scaling toys.
Oh, it's real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, jeez.
Come on, Kat.
What were you going to say?
Come on, man.
Yeah,
think I'm
I'm
talking about
sorry.
here?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm an influencer for this stuff.
Steve. Oh my God,
Yeah. The machine gun dildo company contacted me and said, let's collab.
Let's collab. DM me.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
the last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it,
He's a member of the dark triad.
Like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That we
end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
it
after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like it's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. The positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Just Saying Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Just Saying Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Let's take a look at the NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
So we have looks like an accident on 95 northbound.
So I had to fake like I was having stomach problems a little while ago. What time is it? 7? Yeah, so a little less than an hour ago, I acted like I had some stomach problems. So that this time around, it would be more believable. So these guys have no clue what's going on.
The right lane is blocked with an accident. We're also slowing from the Boulevard out to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road to 202 eastbound side, slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont, and then Montgomery to South Street 422.
So what's going to happen now is I'm going to end up outside, above the 4th floor, outside the windows of the Preston and Steve show. And they have no clue what I'm doing. They think I'm taking a dump.
And then in New Jersey, 42 north backs up from the Black Horse Pike to 295, 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston, may I ask you, take a gander out the window there?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. What the
That's
hell?
good.
What the hell?
No, that's Casey. I thought it was just a dude working out there.
Yeah, he's got a helmet on.
Hang on, let me explain. We have construction going on in our building, and it happens to be outside of our window here that these guys are out on scaffolding. And Casey's out there. He's outside of the studio. And I just looked over and I saw a guy's bare ass up by the window. And apparently that's Casey. And he's calling the hotline right now. Hang on a second.
I love that the other construction worker out there is really not phased at all.
Yeah, he's just going about his business. What the hell are you doing?
Oh, I don't know. I was presented an opportunity to be on the other side of the glass, and I just jumped on it. Sorry. I'm mooning you, and they gave you the finger, and you flipped me off before you realized who I was.
Well, you were flipping me off.
I know. You're like, I'm just going to give this guy the finger back.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, my God, that's Casey.
Yeah.
So, hi, guys.
Do we get a picture of the actual mooning? Because it was amazing, especially with the skyline behind you.
No, we missed it.
Oh, damn it.
We can recreate it. I'm sure Casey doesn't mind dropping his pants again. Case?
Yeah, I don't know how to mime. Is that what you were saying?
You know what's great on the
I know we can't stop talking about Taylor Swift.
She's changed us.
Yes, she has.
She's really made us different people. You heard that she lowered my voice.
Yeah, we were listening earlier. Your
way
voice
up.
was much higher register.
And yet now my testicles have dropped, and I'm more of a man.
Now, there was a story that Steve Solly sent to me about Tay-Tay. And it was in a New York City club, an exclusive club called Casa Caprini. It's a $4,000 a year club. I don't know what type of club. I think it's just like a restaurant or bar or something like that. But they have apparently like a strict no photo policy, no pictures taken. And 3 people actually took pictures of Taylor.
And what happened?
They got thrown out.
They got thrown out. They are no longer welcome at Club Cipriani or Cipriani or whatever that was.
Cipriani.
No pictures, huh? Like at all? You're not allowed to have a phone?
It says they have a no photo policy. Yeah, no photography policy.
First off, I don't know if this is like a club, like a nightclub, I guess.
Right.
I had no idea. That's how out of the realm I am. I sit home and I watch Jeopardy, but that there are clubs where I always think of like country clubs where you pay a fee and you become a member.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize there were maybe for the upper echelon or celebrities.
This is a club.
This is a club.
Yeah, Steve, there are social clubs, and that's probably what this is considered.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't operate in that realm. You know me, I'm a farmer at heart.
Well, you know what? There's a.
And what's the fee? Do you know?
Yeah, it's like $5.
Oh, well, okay.
But here's the deal.
Yeah.
When you join this, it's a beach bar. When you join it, you cannot. Let's say you join on a Monday, you're not allowed to show up there as a client for 3 days. So what it does is it just keeps like the weekenders away.
All right.
Because it's a really nice club bar on the beach. And so, it's not necessarily exclusive, but it is meant to drive away like weekenders and stuff like that. These clubs are meant to keep the riffraff,
right,
like myself,
like me.
away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There's a really nice one in Philly. I've mentioned it before because it has kind of a funny sounding name, but it's called the Fittler Club, and it's in Philadelphia. It's right on the river. And I guess it's a social club, but it also has like a gym there, and there's bars and restaurants. And I've been lucky enough to go a couple times. I have some friends who are members.
Do you know what the fee is, Nick?
I don't.
It was a lot.
There are varying levels, Steve. So you can buy like family passes. You can buy an annual pass. But it's not cheap, but it's really nice on the inside. I felt really lucky to go there.
I remember
I mean, it was a thing for a while. Like, is it still? Are people still?
I don't
into
know.
it?
I mean, you can actually stay there. They have 5 or 6 hotel rooms contained within this club.
Well, that's pretty exclusive. 5 or 6 hotel rooms. So I got to imagine. Well, I don't know. I don't know about this side of the. I'm not.
It's not your scene.
Yeah, not my scene.
You're not interested in any of that kind of stuff.
I don't feel comfortable in exclusive clubs.
It's funny that you say that because neither do I. And then I went to this place and I felt incredibly comfortable. And I don't know if it was just like the clientele.
But you're with a friend too.
I guess, but like the people that work there, there's nothing exclusive about it. They want you to feel comfortable. They want you to feel at home.
You guys know golf is my thing, and obviously country clubs are where the best golf courses are. And I'm not a member at any, and
Oh, at a country club?
Yeah, no. I'm friends with lots of people who have memberships, and they take me as guests. And so I'll go and do that. But when I go, I just feel out of place. I just want to be on the golf course.
Do you ever get thrown keys by somebody? Like is it
like I'm there to take their car? No. But I don't feel comfortable in the locker room, inside the club, in the bar, in the restaurant. I just feel out of place. I've had a couple of bad experiences.
Okay.
With members at places where like I've heard some blatantly straight up racist
Oh really?
Oh yeah. Language where I'm just like
that ain't good.
And it has driven me away from being wanting to join. There's a place that's 10 minutes from my house. And I was there one time, and this guy just threw out this language that I was just like, I can't believe you have said this not only in front of me, somebody you don't know, in front of all these other people, and nobody has said anything. Screw this place. You know, it's just a total turnoff.
I'm surprised because you are a golfer, and so that's what I associate with. It's like, you're a golfer, you belong to a country club, but not for the same reasons. But I sort of feel that way. Like when I go to a country club, I'm like, I'm not a country club person. Yeah. I wasn't growing up. I've never belonged to one, but some of my friends do. My brother does. So when I go to their places, I'm like, they know that I don't belong here.
We have an interloper. We have an interloper in the club. Everyone go to your safety pods.
Well, so there was, I went.
She's wearing things from Target. Wearing things from Target.
Well, Steve, let me tell you about going and what I was wearing. So you have to have that spend a certain amount of money on food. And so if they don't reach their limit, my friend forever is calling me. She's like, hey, meet me for drinks.
Let's go.
We're going to get something to eat. We're going to get drinks at the bar. I'm like, okay. So the one day I was literally out, I think I was probably at Target, and she texted me. I'm like, okay, I'll come by. And not even thinking. I mean, I didn't look like a slob, but I showed up with what I was.
Will you and Ellie may be having dinner tonight?
Well, I showed up with what I was wearing, and she didn't know what I was wearing, but she goes, hey, when you get here, walk around back, like where the pool is, come through the back door. I'm in that bar. I'm like, okay, I knew exactly where it was. So I didn't have to walk through the country club. I literally walked around back, and I got in, and I could see the bartender, and he kind of like looked me up and down, and I sat down, and no one said anything, but I said to her, I go, am I allowed to have jeans and sneakers on? She goes, no, you're not, but it's okay. Just sit here.
Did you just get back from the crick?
Yeah, like I had whatever, I wore to work that day.
How
or
are the
whatever.
crawdaddies biting?
What about like the after hours clubs? I mean, are they? They're not crazy exclusive. You just pay some money and you're a member, right? Well, Marissa would know more than anybody. I'm looking at her, so
yeah. There's all sorts of ones. Like there's a really good restaurant / stays open late club called Polizzi Social Club. I can feel like I'm getting old because I'm talking about the ones that serve food until 4 a.m. and drinks. But that's like a bar restaurant where you have to like knock on the door and they kind of like open up the peephole.
Like an old speakeasy. Yeah.
Steve, it is in South Philly. Joey Baldino's grandparents owned this restaurant, and he still has like the book on the
Merlino?
No, Baldino.
Oh, okay.
Is the last name, yeah. So there's that, but then there's also like
New England clam chowder. The red or the white?
Like what was the one next to Delilah's, Kathy?
Yep.
Z-Bar.
When you would leave Delilah's Z-Bar.
That's
Z-Bar
where
and G-Lounge and
that was where we met Donovan McNabb. Remember? Weren't we together on that night? It was the first time we met him, and Matt Cord was there too. I was just off of what she was saying. So, like, when I was just out of college and in my early 20s, that was like our thing. We would go to these after hour. Well, it was like, the places that were exclusive and especially my friend that lived down there, this was her whole life. So anytime I would go and hang out with her, you would want to get into to those exclusive places.
Well,
and so we went to all of them. You made
Could
friends
you only
with people.
get in with someone who had a membership?
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, you would have to.
So someone had to have a membership, and you had to be a guest of that person to get in.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't realize that.
She may have joined in a couple of them, and that's probably how I got to some of them. But yeah, I mean, you would just become friends with people, and that's how you would get in.
Yeah, some of them are membership, and Steve, some of them are like Studio 54, where you're kind of like standing outside and there's a line, and they keep the line outside extra long so that people walking by
want to get in that line, not me.
in there. Yeah, and they kind of like look around.
So what's a place like that right now
The
where
girls get plucked out.
there's like a Studio 54 line outside?
There's one on 15th and Sansom. I don't know what it's called these days, but it's right. There's like a parking lot right there on the corner. It's right by like Oyster House.
And what kind of club is it? Is it
I
like
know what you're talking about. I've seen a line out there in front before.
Really? And you never wanted to stop and get in that line, Preston?
Dude, I remember when we were on our way home. We were in the city and we were leaving. Oh, man, I'm exhausted. Let's go. And these people were just starting to line up for this place. I'm like, you're out of your goddamn mind.
Even Ladder 15 is still packed. Every day there's a line down the street. You
But
guys
that's not
remember Ladder 15?
exclusive, is it?
No, but they'll keep a line outside and kind of, only let a few people in at a time. But that's not one of these, like, you can't see into the place. There's no windows to kind of go in. It's like the one on the corner is like 2 stories up.
It's not
So
my
you
scene,
go in,
yeah.
You have to walk a couple stories. Yeah, but you go in and, like, one room has one sort of DJ and another one has another. And then there's, like, the VIP room. Oh, then there's that one called Nodo, which is, stop. My club girls are shining, I know.
Guess what? I saw Nodo last night.
Yeah, I saw Dead Mal play there a couple months ago.
There was actually one kind of like the speakeasy where you had to knock. You couldn't get in unless you were with somebody that the doorman knew, and it was basically like all TV personalities. It was when I worked at Channel 10, and when they first took me, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, so this is where you all come? And I had been working there for years.
Yeah, right?
It was like
John Bolaris.
John Bolaris was there. Gary Papa was there. John Clark was there. Like there was, I went with a couple of friends that I worked with, and it was. I think it's not just that, but it was on this specific day of the week. It is where all of them went. It was downstairs. You had to knock. The doorman had to know who was knocking, and if you weren't with somebody they knew, you were not allowed.
So how come is it so that?
Let's create an exclusive club just for morning radio people. We'll be done by 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, I would love that.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing.
How can we? No one ever tipped a hand that there was this. You found out about it by accident.
Well, no, because I worked there, and eventually
that's right.
I was invited to go, but and it wasn't just one station; it was all of the stations. Like everybody was friends, everyone was hanging out, and it was a late night club because we worked the 11 o'clock news. So it was after that we weren't out until midnight.
Was it pen and pencil?
No, it was not pen and pencil. No,
I kind of like the industry places where where people in the same industry will get together and kind of hang out at a joint. I think that's kind of neat. They do that for service industry people. Will do that, who work in restaurants and
in
bars.
the weeds nights they'll call them, or the night that they're not working. Yeah, that's cool. But you're right. There's no radio. Is there?
No. No.
Come on. I mean, where are we on the pecking order? That shows you how good, But like newspapers, there used to be a classic bar in New York where the journalists would go hang out. We see people like Jimmy Breslin and those classic writers from years ago. I don't even know if anything like that exists.
And listen, it was very early on. It was when Stu Bykowski still had his column. And
he was the DJ.
But the girl that would take me, that I would go with, and she would look at me and she goes, "You don't say anything to him because he will write about it. Keep your mouth shut and don't talk to him about anything."
Yeah. The gossip columnist days.
Those days with Dan Gross kind of walking around, and you wouldn't want to talk to him either.
Well, but Dan was nice. Stu would find the gossip, and I mean there were things that he wrote about that it hurt people.
He was a little vicious.
He was vicious. Yeah,
I agree.
Guess who's using a menstrual cup?
I'm gonna go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Oh my God!
You gotta be kidding.
It's this Michelle. Hi, Michelle.
This is for for real. When I lived in Miami, 1979, I lived in Coconut Grove. Okay, I worked at this club, Coconut Grove.
Okay.
It's this club called Hunting for the Bears. It was in a residential area in my neighborhood. It was in between houses. You didn't even know it was there unless you saw it. I mean, it was like that. You know, I worked there. I had to dress in dress clothes to wait on people. And it was so exclusive, you could barely see. It was so dark in there, and you would only get a few tables each because it was high-class clients.
So this was in a residential area?
Yep, in my neighborhood because I lived in Miami Coconut Grove back in the day.
Do you think so? Okay, so it was zoned for it. It wasn't an illegal club, was it?
No, it wasn't illegal, but it was, you know, people money, and back then, you know, the dealers and stuff, and you know, it was like I could barely see the clients' faces. That's how dark it was. And it was all like couches and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, Preston, it's like the Penguins Club in the Batman.
Right.
That sort of, it's like a sub
There
room.
was a Penguins Club in Miami somewhere.
Oh my God.
I used
Were you Harley Quinn for a while?
What?
No, go ahead. So what was this club like?
It was just somewhere to go like after hours. Like just to hang out with whoever. And like I said, it was and you only got a few tables each because the clients, it was so, you know, it was rich people.
Oh, wait, look at the life on you.
Yeah, Michelle, what did you do there? What was your job?
When did I do that?
What was your job there?
I was a waitress.
You're a waitress. All right. Did anybody give you any?
It was strictly cocktails. It was just a cocktail waitress. And I had a dress. Now, think about it, back in 79, you know, I dress slacks, dress blouses, like real, like, you know, and that's how you went to work. And I didn't go to work till late at night. But luckily, I could walk in the neighborhood. Like, it was kind of because it was so dark. They didn't even have lights back then in the neighborhood.
They hadn't invented lights yet.
And
Coming soon, lights.
yeah, I'm serious. That's how, I mean, that was the place to be. And then they had the Coconut Grove Hotel, which was a very exclusive place to go. You had to be a member.
Michelle, hang on. Did any of these rich people give you a big tip at any point in time?
Yeah, you only got a few tables because that's how good you made money. That's
So
how you made money.
was there a celebrity you encountered there?
Right now, never a celebrity, but I did run it when I was staying at the Coconut Grove Hotel one night partying with some friends. Supertramp was in town.
Supertramp.
That's pretty cool.
You waited on Supertramp?
Listen to this, Breakfast for America album back in the 70s, and we went downstairs to have breakfast, and they were down there having breakfast.
Huh.
The band.
This is when you were working as a waitress in a cocktail bar?
Well, that much is true.
In Coconut Grove.
Coconut Grove.
That's wild, Michelle.
Interesting.
You're the DJ, Casey. Here's another thing. You were talking the other day about drive-thrus. There was a place across from my apartment I lived in, across the street. It was called the Cow Barn. And you drove up, and you got your milk and bread. You went in one side and ordered your milk and bread, and then you went around the other side and you paid the cashier.
That's unfreaking real.
That's unreal.
I can't believe that.
No, Michelle is making notes of previous shows and things that she missed out on talking about.
She's got to get it all in.
We appreciate the story, and the cowbell sounds pretty cool, too.
It's a Cow Barn.
Cow barn.
All right.
We
Damn
love
it,
you,
I
Michelle.
screwed it up.
I had to throw that in because I can't keep bugging every time.
You know,
It's
bug
all
us.
good. We love
Just-
having you call in, Michelle. Thank you.
I love talking to you.
We love
Have a
you.
good day. Enjoy the nice weather.
All right, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
I love that.
Do you remember, Steve, we were talking about exclusive clubs. We got started on this because there was a club in New York City where Taylor Swift and her new boyfriend, Matt Healy, were.
Yeah.
And somebody took a picture of them, and they have very specific no pictures. And in fact, the club's policy states photography and videography on the premises is strictly forbidden in all areas. Taking photos or posting on social media is also prohibited while on premises, which is kind of like Hop Sing Laundromat, Marissa.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, no pictures allowed.
0 pictures, you will get kicked out. You are allowed to use your phone now in the atrium, but nowhere else. In fact, they're celebrating their 11th anniversary next
Damn it, I
fall.
gotta go. I gotta
Let's go,
I
Preston.
know.
This you're excited about this place because you like the cocktails,
Yes,
right?
I want to try some. Marissa says they're just the yummiest.
So is it to protect celebrities like when Preston shows up?
I think for Hop Sing, it's more just about the exclusivity of the club. Like,
All
it's
right.
just so cool inside.
You don't pay a membership, though, right?
There's no membership for that. You're allowed in, but there is one that opened up like last year. It's the guy who owns Tinsel, which is that Christmas themed bar.
Yes.
And Tradesman and Ubon. He opened up. It's called 101. I had to look it up, and there's like an application process for it. It has 85 seats, and you have to like enter your salary and where you live, and pretty much all of your personal
salary?
information. Yeah, just to apply.
What? Just to apply to go to this place?
To apply. And so I kind of
Don't they know who you are?
I had the same exact reaction to this. I mean, I guess you could lie.
Well,
on
is
it,
there
but
That's what I
if
was
you
going to say.
wanna
You could
write-
just lie about what you made.
$1 billion.
Lie.
Is there a fee? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so there's a membership fee, and then on
That's
top
what
of
it
that, I don't think there's a minimum, but you belong to it, and then you can go in there. And I was talking to somebody, it's like, why the hell would you do this? And then I don't know about Taylor Swift level, but they were saying, like, if you're a business person or something, you want to go somewhere that is exclusive, that you know you're going to have a table, that if you have people in town, you can go right up, you can have a
makes
reservation.
Sense. I get that makes sense,
And it
definitely.
I'm here
makes you
with
look
John Belair. I'd like a table in the back, please. No,
So they're saying this club I'm talking about, Casa Caprini, or Capriani, Cipriani, I'm sorry, is $4,000 a year. That's a membership. I know that like country clubs usually have to pay an initiation fee first. Then you pay your regular, monthly or yearly dues.
So what can that run?
And then you have to a minimum amount that you have to spend per month.
Yeah,
at the
it's
restaurant.
more than this. It's more than what he's saying.
Oh, it's way more.
well
than
over.
So this is $4,000, but this is $4,000 a year just
you're
for
getting
a
into
cocktail
restaurant.
club.
Yeah, just getting into a cocktail or a restaurant place.
That
You
much
get-
is true.
With
I don't have it ready.
with a country club, you get swimming pool, tennis courts, golf course, stuff like that, and usually. So.
That's why you're supposed to join as like a young member, because you
Yes.
get in cheaper and you miss that like big initiation fee.
Well, and that's most country clubs. They offer really good deals for young members, and I didn't find that out until I got older.
So how much can you drop, say, at a good club overall for
Like
a year?
really good
yeah,
one?
Yeah.
Well, you can spend an initiation fee of $50,000 to $100,000.
Whoa!
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then probably
Per year?
$10,000. No. That's
Okay.
the initiation. And then $10,000 to $20,000 a year. I mean, I'm talking super duper.
Top level.
Yeah, Philadelphia Country Club, stuff like that. Now, I'm just throwing
Pigs in the blanket.
a name out there, and I don't know exactly what their initiations and all that stuff are, but it's way the hell up there. It's very expensive.
Yeah, the place that Nick had mentioned, Fittler Club, that was kind of their basis behind starting. So if somebody who like lives in the city or comes into the city needs a space to go and you want to join a club but you don't golf or you don't play tennis or you don't use those amenities, you're just joining like the building that has a workspace and a pool and a gym and childcare and a bowling alley.
Steve, I've met people who are members at like 3 clubs like that. It's crazy. I
mean,
it's insane. And I'm talking like Marion, Aronimick, Pine Valley, and it's just stupid.
I know what you guys say though, but I feel so out of place at a place like that.
Totally.
Completely.
Totally.
It does not matter. You just like they're going to find out.
In 2021, Philly Mag posted the Fittler Club prices, and it doesn't seem that bad. The monthly dues are $225 plus an initiation of $22.50.
And like Marissa said, if you're
That's
younger,
nothing
it's
like
cheaper.
a country club.
Yeah, it's nothing like a country club, but yeah.
So that's the price for members under 30. Between 30 and 50 was $300 a month, and then over 50 they pay $400 a month.
So why is that? As you're older, do they feel that you might die in a corner and stink up a place?
They want you to pledge your loyalty when you're younger, so that you stick around for the rest of your life, and when you get older,
you remain a member for a
remain a member. Yeah.
And then maybe you get family members and all that.
My friend Narayan goes there, and he works there. Like that'll be his office for the day.
Okay.
Steve, I have the perfect place for you. It's called Messina Social Club. It's on East Passyunk. They have really, really good food. $25 a year.
Well, that seems reasonable.
Want to do it?
Do they have action figures that Steve can play with?
A Batman in each table?
That's the thing. A Batman in each table.
What does that $25 get me?
It literally just gets you a membership. so that you can go. Like you can't
and make a reservation because you can't do that at any place.
Yeah, it's making you feel special.
Oh, all
yeah,
right.
that's part of
That's
it
it.
too. You get a little card.
Oh. Yeah.
Look at me.
You get to bring people.
He put down the $25.
Yes.
You guys remember
Make
that?
sure he gets a great table.
It was 2015, 2016, something like that, and we shot the calendar at an outdoor
Yeah.
pool
Oh,
in
yeah.
South Philly.
Yeah.
That's gone, I think.
Is that gone?
Yeah.
That was an inner city country
it was
club.
a swim club.
It wasn't a country club. No, it was like a swim club that had a bar, but I
Right.
think it was like privately run and privately owned. But it just looked like a normal house from the street. I love that place. And we were only there for a day, but I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. And that's gone now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another one called the Lombard Swim Club. Are you guys familiar
Oh,
with
I've been
this
there.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on like 22nd and Lombard, and it is exclusive. Like the same way, you know how it's really hard to get your kids into kindergarten? Like you have to apply before your kids are even born to get them into a kindergarten. That's what the Lombard Swim Club is like. You have to like go for months. And I remember there was this like new headline breaking controversy when they let Cliff Lee into the club when he joined the Phillies because they wanted a special person.
Now, here's a place for us, Steve. And I drove by it the other day. Marissa, I was driving right by your apartment, by the way. We're in the city to go to the play the other night. And I drove by and I didn't catch the name of it, but it's a club. It's an indoor adult miniature golf.
Miniature golf
and bar place.
Now you're
you know what I'm talking
talking.
about?
It's not open yet. It is
Okay.
going to be in the not the gallery. What's the Liberty One?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Liberty
Was it
One.
$1,000 a month?
It's an old Applebee's.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like the whole first floor of Liberty One is there. But there's a couple of them. There's one across the street from St. Joe's High School called Liberty Grounds.
Right down here?
Yep. Yeah.
And that's an indoor.
You said high school that way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
North
I was
Philly.
thinking St. Joe's College, St. Joe's Prep.
St. Joe's Prep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's it's a miniature golf?
Yep.
Oh, and cocktails and food
Yep.
and all
yeah,
that
it's
stuff?
like first floor is bar and cocktails and I think a brewery
Now.
downstairs.
That's my kind of club.
We're talking my speed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyhow.
And they're also bringing, I think that Tiger Woods has a really exclusive indoor mini golf type thing going on. Yeah.
Really?
It's like an answer to Top Golf. So
Wait. Miniature golf or golf simulator?
No, it's mini golf.
Okay.
But you're playing through, like, imagine playing through a house where you, like, play through a library and then you go through the kitchen. And so
That
each
sounds
room
pretty
is, like,
weird.
really stacked up.
Where is this?
They're all over the country. I think there's one coming to Fishtown or Kensington, and it might not be the Tiger Woods one. It is another famous golfer.
All right.
Is it called, what was it called, Nick? Pop stroke?
That's the Tiger Woods one.
Okay.
I'll never forget when Pop had a stroke.
No, that's not that at all. Yeah, his face got all saggy and stuff.
Yeah, I don't stay away from clubs.
By the way, that Top Golf in King of Prussia looks like it's almost finished.
Getting close.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about this. I have
Same.
no ability at all, but I know that you don't need an ability to go.
No, it's
to this.
it's fun and it's a good time and you can hit the hell out of the ball if you want or you can just chill and have a good time.
We need a Preston and Steve night there.
Yeah,
I would love to do that.
We need the whole
That's my
facility
kind of club.
And bring a bunch of friends and do that. All right. Well, while you are stopping up at Wawa to get your shorty this morning, some people are paying $4,000 a year to hang out with Taylor Swift, but you can't take pictures.
Don't take pictures. They'll
You'll
throw you
get
out.
in trouble.
And then you'll be like us.
Yeah. All right. So anyhow, thanks for the calls and checking in. We got to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Some bizarre file stories are on the way. And we got a couple of guests joining us this morning, too. I'll give you the details in a little bit. Stay put. We'll be back shortly.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Miming on the radio.
Would Casey mind, I think is what you said, not mind.
My mind, it's the same thing.
He started doing the fake pane of glass thing.
Is that what he thought I said? That's adorable.
This other worker, I just love it. Casey Mundas again. He looked at him and like not he didn't crack a smile, nothing.
The first time, Kath, when I did it, you were still doing your traffic. He was the only one who saw me, and you just hear him go, "Are you serious?"
Yeah. Casey, is it cold out there at all, or is it protected?
What's that?
Is it cold out there at all, or is it protected by the glass at this point?
I'm totally fine. Yeah, no, we're completely enclosed in glass. So the outer glass is it's cut off from the elements outside.
Yeah, so they have this atrium that they're adding to the building here. Ask this construction worker what his name is.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man, I don't want to do this.
Hey, what's your name, by the way? Robert. That's Robert over here, guys.
Hey, Robert. We've been looking at Robert's ass for the better part of the morning, so yeah.
Like, hey, guys, I hate you.
I'm trying to do my goddamn job.
Seriously.
Okay. How did you get out there, by the way?
So you got to go down the third floor. Well, first I had to sign a giant waiver, and then I put a hard hat on, and then I went down to the third floor. I walked out. Had to climb up a ladder.
Oh,
really cool. Yeah,
I've been wanting to do this stuff for a while.
Hey, let me ask you this: Is the fart earlier? Was that you about to go out onto the scaffolding? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Casey was faking a bathroom emergency, and he came back and said it was fart. And I was like, I thought that was a little odd.
No, because if it's Casey, you would have figured he would have crapped his pants.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I thought I was going to be out there earlier, but what I actually had to do was go through all of the legal stuff of signing my life away. But at that point, I thought I was coming outside, but I wasn't. So
this kind of stuff, construction. When you see this, you just want. I think it's cool. Like that's why we talked about Diggerland or whatever it is. Anything with the equipment and cranes and stuff like that. Look at you. You make a good construction worker. You look good in your hard hat and everything. The way you moon.
Right?
I think you look like the foreman. You know, like you look like the guy in charge of everybody out there.
Are you sure it looks like a fiveman? That's a fat joke, guys.
A fat joke?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, get on in here.
All right. Come on back in.
All right.
Bye. Guys, I thought it was a guy who works here that maybe was a listener and decided to show us his butthole. But no, it was Casey. It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today. Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger. Unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is a...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. And another bass player, Rick Savage of Def Leppard. He turns 60 years old today.
And an odd thing, he's got extra appendages.
Wow, really?
He's got 3 legs.
He picked... When this band was in their height, when Pyromania came out, I was a huge fan.
Oh my God,
of
yeah.
Def Leppard. They were great. I went to that tour. I went to that concert. It was awesome. It was one of my first real rock shows that I went to.
And they were driven by a robust MTV presence.
Oh my God, yes.
I told you that I don't remember what year that came out. It had to have been 84, 85, something like that.
No, it was before that.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like 82, I think.
Okay, hang on. Is Pour Some Sugar on Me on that one?
No, that's... Oh, wait. Pyromania. I'm sorry.
'83 is when it came out.
Okay.
Okay.
January of '83, and
no, it was not on that album. Man, what was Pour Some Sugar? That was a gigantic album, and I can't remember the name of it.
After the Gold
Not
Rush.
High and Dry. What the hell is the?
No, High and Dry was early. Hang on a second here.
Hysteria.
That's it.
And that was '87.
That was 87. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
Hysteria.
I have a vivid memory of a guy that at the pool. He came with this boombox, a la Lloyd Dobler, blaring, pour some sugar on me because he was trying to get pumped up. He was going to do a triple off of the high dive.
Okay.
And that was his motivational song?
That was his motivation.
Pour some sugar on me?
It's like right out of a movie, right? Like, basically like jean jacket and cut off jean shorts.
Clear me a path.
Right? And he's blaring, pour some sugar on me, and he gets up onto the high dive.
Today's the day.
Today is the day. He had been working himself up for this for like an entire weekend.
Are
right?
you ready to do it today?
Right?
Oh
He
my
gets
God.
up.
Gandalf showed up. Oh my God.
When you're done pouring your sugar, I want to see the greatest dive of all time.
Anyway, what happened?
All right, so what happens is he gets up on the high dive, blaring music.
You and me, babe.
And he got up and
What did he do?
he counted the 3. He got off at the end of the board. He did 1 flip, 2 flips, 2.5 flips, and then landed flat on his back. Splattered all over the place. I swear to God, he got up spitting blood because he hit smack so hard. It was great, man. What a great memory.
Rick Savage's birthday. Sometimes he just heads down that path, and you have to let him go.
Yeah.
We need to hear.
Sometimes in life, you need to let things happen of their own accord.
We need to flush it out. So
we learned something about some dude we'll never meet.
yeah, he's all right. Rick Savage is 60.
Thank you, Rick Savage. Thank you for that
Wherever
memory.
you are.
Me TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but Me TV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones, and they're the same show. Basically.
It's the same show. Yeah.
But I didn't like the Honeymooners because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just
Alice, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Ah, the good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They love
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too.
Yeah.
Because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was.
Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's like that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do.
Does.
I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
It's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course, I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
Not a Jewish thing.
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look it
even
up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see... Kathy, I was half listening while I was getting ready for the bizarre file here, but did you say the backup is from Norristown to Willow Grove?
No, let's see. Willow Grove to Norristown. Yeah, because the turnpike is shut down. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Right?
You poor sons of bitches. Dealing with that, I don't know how you do it, man.
Sometimes, when we're off, and so I'll have to go to something around the normal rush hour time.
Yeah.
And you are reminded of the misery. We feel for you. We understand. I mean, obviously, we get up early.
I
so we
loathe waking up as early as we do.
Yeah.
But
that's the one positive.
Not having to sit in that. So
because it's like I was crossing over onto City Line, Preston. This is, I think, the last time we're on vacation, and I'm thinking, I should just drive off the bridge.
Yeah.
Because I don't ever want to do this again.
All right.
Horrible.
Thoughts and prayers to all those on the Turnpike this morning. Let's do the Bizarre File to help kill some time for us.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Coors Light. Join the Preston and Steve Show live from Canyons in North Wildwood, Friday, May 26th for the official opening of the Jersey Shore. You won't hit any traffic if you come out that early to join us. It's going to be starting at 6 a.m., so it's brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill down the shore. A Pennsylvania man accused of hiding out in a woman's attic for 2 days told a judge the woman wanted that kind of attention.
Really?
Yeah.
Then it all works out.
Mauricio Guerrero took the stand on Friday in his trial, and prosecutors have accused him of sneaking into the home of a woman he met on OnlyFans in 2021.
Like having your background.
And of taking pictures of her while she slept. But Guerrero testified that he thought it was part of the dynamic of their relationship, saying that she wanted him to be obsessed and a stalker and that she liked it. Now, he might actually not be too far
Are you
off.
kidding?
On Thursday, the victim testified that she was often drunk when talking to Guerrero and does not remember much of their conversations. Guerrero explained what he recalled from those conversations, saying, we talked about meeting up, about me coming up between that, we talked about having intercourse, he said. Prosecutor said Guerrero made 6 unwanted visits to New Hampshire, with the victim mostly refusing to see him, but she did testify that they met one time and had sex. She also testified.
So obviously you got to live in her attic now.
That she kept, he's trust me, he's out of his
He
mind.
jumped that bridge.
She also testified that she kept communicating with him because she liked how it made her feel.
Yeah, like he's living in the attic.
The defense said Guerrero believed that the two were in a relationship based on their conversations and asked him on the stand how he got into the house. He said it was the back door. When asked how he did it, he responded, I tried to use a crowbar.
It's all about the back door with
she
her.
She gave him a crowbar instead of a key.
Yeah.
And said, just let yourself in the back.
I want to move in with you. Here's your own crowbar.
The trial is expected to continue next week. A brave 13-year-old girl fought off a shark while being attacked at a Florida beach Thursday, and now she's sharing her heroic story. Ella Reed was sitting in shallow water with her friend near a jetty at Fort Pierce Beach when she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her side. She said the shark itself was so powerful. That was what I felt the most because it was hitting my stomach really hard. She punched the shark as it approached her, but shortly after the shark swam away, it ended up swimming right back to her. She said it wouldn't leave me alone, so I had to use my arm and use my hand too, so it got my arm and finger. After being approached once again by the shark, Reed immediately called for her mom and brother. Reed's mother said that she was in shock after seeing the shark swimming around her daughter. She said it was insane because she was totally covered in blood, pretty much from head to toe.
Well, now it started.
So she couldn't really see what went on.
Oh, man.
And she was shaking, but she was calm. She ended up getting 19 stitches after being bitten in the stomach, arm, finger, and the top of her knee.
Fortunately, someone on the beach had a possum with a bomb in it, Preston.
Oh, wow. Saved the day. Reed believes that she was bitten by a bull shark about 5 to 6 feet long and is at home recovering.
Bull sharks are the deadliest sharks.
Reed said that she is proud of the scars she has because she knows that it could have been so much worse.
Man, that's a miracle.
A longtime New York City news anchor was fired from the local ABC affiliate after he allegedly called his co-host the C word. Ken Rosado was fired earlier this month after making crass comments that were caught on a hot mic. So
Debbie's off today because she's a C word.
So people heard this.
Yeah.
And that's the reason he's getting fired. He probably wouldn't have if he just casually called his coworker, his co-host, the C word. Which, by the way, that's Charlene Alcott. Charlene Alcott.
She's from here, right?
Who used to work here,
yes,
right? Yeah.
absolutely.
So originally it was thought that he made a racist comment, but his agent vehemently denied those claims. The station has yet to comment publicly on Rosado's dismissal. Rosado's former colleagues were told about his firing on Friday in a series of one-on-one meetings, and they were not told what he said. He started with ABC New York in 2003 as a freelance reporter. 2007 was given a shot at the anchor desk and remained there hosting This Morning alongside Charlene Alcott. His presence has been scrubbed from ABC New York's website and social media, including a profile segment that was done on him in September of 2020. So
that's hilarious. When you catch those moments, I used to have the clip of Sue Simmons from New York.
The F are you doing?
Yeah.
I
It was
used to
just great.
love that. I loved that clip. Wildlife officials in Colorado had to euthanize a young mountain lion this week after the animal swatted and injured an 11-year-old girl in a rare attack. The child encountered the animal in her family's wooden hen house Wednesday night at their rural home. As she entered to check on the chicken coop, she found a dead chicken. The small subadult mountain lion was still inside the wire mesh coop and swatted the girl, leaving her with a puncture wound on her face.
Man, he could easily kill her.
Responding wildlife officers quickly euthanized the animal. The child was surprised that likely surprised the 30-pound young female lion, which was probably feeling threatened. They believe that it was a defensive swat rather than stalking type of attack because the animal did not pursue the girl. The child was treated at the hospital and released.
What's the status of the chicken?
The chicken is dead. I'm sorry.
All right.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I will
the chicken. I'm adding him to the list.
Officials are investigating whether the animal
Simone.
had rabies, highly pathogenic avian influenza,
Pepagenic,
or
mamagenic,
or another infection that may have influenced its behavior. But attacks like this are apparently rare. All right, and then we'll do one more. And this is a quick story with not a whole lot of details, but just weird, man. A person wielding a sword cut off a man's hand on Saturday evening in Riverside. Police responded to a report of a severed hand that was found on the sidewalk.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Just walking along.
Yeah, dude, you pick it up and
Yeah.
wave at somebody. Hey, look what I found.
Hey, from Adam's family.
Around the same...
Are you lost thing?
Around the same time, a man in his 60s came into a hospital missing a hand and said someone with a sword cut it off.
I wonder if this is that guy's hand.
The victim was sent into surgery and is expected to survive, and no other details were immediately available on Sunday.
How would you identify your own hand? Yeah, I'm sure they probably have a bin of hands there.
Maybe that you could dig through and eventually find.
You know what? I wonder if you'd be able to pick out if we
Your
have
own
pictures
hand.
of 20 hands.
Yeah.
And one of them is yours. Do you think you could pick yours?
I think I would be.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, I could do it.
Because I have vitiligo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any identify. Maybe because of my fingernails, I could probably.
Don't look too
identify
hard
that.
right now. We're gonna do this. Don't look at your hands.
Well, you gonna take pictures?
Not right now.
Yeah. Don't look and study your hands.
Yeah.
I'm too obvious.
Kathy's
my
got a
vitiligo
manicure.
spells out Steve. Yeah.
I could still, with no manicure, I could pick out my own hand.
All right.
This story made me think of what's the movie you made me watch after so long that I didn't watch it.
Departed?
The Departed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where he takes the hand and scratches his face with it. It's messed up. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. A little later on, Michael Carbonaro, the magician who's going to be in town at the Keswick Theater, is going to be getting in touch with us. And Chef Jennifer Carroll as well. We'll come back in a second, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The cocoa butter fats and chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface. It results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? Extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm
Right.
gonna pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw. One shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
We should. Cream soda, gefilte fish, it's a Bloody Mary.
Manny Shevitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen blackberry.
Have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my.
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
and it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
You know?
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway.
We need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said, let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, how about this? Gibson and Slash have announced the release of the first ever Slash collection, which will feature multiple acoustic and electric guitars. Yeah, the collection will... Oh, Gibson. I got you. Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson guitar. It has all these sayings etched into the wood.
So the collection will officially
It's
premiere...
the Mel Gibson collection of guitars, featuring all his rants emblazoned on every guitar. The Whore Edition features a Stratocaster pickup.
The collection will officially...
What the hell was that
That's
one?
That's Braveheart.
Why is he doing that?
Imagine if that's the speech he delivered when he was on the horse.
Hit it again, Case. He was, Nick, he was at the end of his rope with her.
Okay.
And then he was just kind of like somebody would go, yeah, like that. And then he did an evil laugh. So Slash and Gibson, luthiers.
Luthiers?
Yeah, what's a luthier?
As in Lex Luthier?
Luthier. Is that a guitar maker?
I'm not familiar. I've never heard that brand.
Worked in close collaboration on the collection at Gibson's headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. The line features 4 Les Paul standard electric guitars and 2 J45 standard acoustic guitars.
It's a music store.
Oh.
Kind of like a George's.
Are you a... Sorry.
I'm trying to help, Mel.
Are you a Martin guitar guy, or what's your...
I own a Martin acoustic guitar, absolutely.
Do you play it anymore, or you're back to the drums, right?
I have neglected it because I've been focusing and practicing really, really hard at playing the drums. I've decided I want to be a really good drummer.
But when he passes by the guitar, he says,
Oh, you're there.
Yeah, I do acknowledge the guitar's existence.
That's a Mel Gibson guitar.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, you're there.
It actually yells at you if you don't take lessons.
What?
I want to pursue drumming. But Mel Gibson guitar, I really do. I like drumming more.
You just showed me what you are.
oh.
It's the guitar. It'll make you a virtuoso in a weekend.
Do you think I'm a decent guitar player? Oh, my God.
You have one more chance.
Wow. You thought Whiplash was bad.
Giving me one last
right?
chance.
Yeah.
Forget Whiplash.
I just want to be a drummer.
The Mel Gibson guitar.
Oh, God. Okay.
You have one more chance.
Gentle messages of encouragement help you along.
I'm telling you. I'm just telling you the truth.
The most candid guitar you'll ever own.
Big fucking guitar.
So let me raise this question. It was something that occurred to me yesterday as we were talking about preparation for all this. Are all the new things put in place because of COVID? Does that now effectively eliminate, for all intents and purposes, the classic snow day?
So here's what's happening. The school districts that are having the snow day, what it looks like is that they had snow days built in. So that's why they're closing. They already have these snow days, so they're going to use them. The districts that didn't build in snow days are the ones that are going to do that virtual learning in the morning and then give the kids the snow day the second half of the day. Because by law, they need to get a certain amount of school days in. And if you go...
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Man.
Kathy Romano with the information you can use.
Oh, my God.
Now we go to Kathy with her observations on snow days. This bitch is cranking it up to 10.
This bitch.
Oh, my God. Snow!
Snower!
Oh, my God.
That's awesome.
I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things,
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah. What's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined.
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No, they released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr. Goldfinger.
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
Two Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him. And
it was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay,
the wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert.
Right.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out and matted and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband, I had really.
When it comes to gaper delays, when if there's an accident and it's in the opposite lanes that I'm traveling in and I'm driving by, I tried to purposely speed up a little bit, try and do my little part, and I will sneak a quick peek, but I don't slow down and gape. But 3 tractor trailers,
that's hard. To
everybody's
pass by.
I would stop and take a good long peek.
I'm
at that.
taking chairs out.
Somebody had said they went by there and there was a car, or a semi was completely crushed, it said here, Nick, or something like that. Or
yeah, they are afraid that there's some serious injuries.
there might be
possible
fatalities. That's terrible. So, wow. And so you're going to get backups on both sides no matter what.
Yeah, and then everything leading into it, you know what I mean? 309,
Yeah.
Route 1 out in Bucks County, like all of it. And then the alternate routes because people are trying to get around it to get to work. So, yeah, leave yourself extra time.
Yeah. Real quick, Kathy, I did want to mention this. Kathy and I had a little bit of a field trip yesterday after the show.
It was so fun.
It was.
That
It was
a good
really
one.
nice. Yeah. So there's it's festival season in beautiful Chester County.
Wait, no, do it again.
1, 2, 3.
It's
festival season in beautiful Chester County.
Is that going to appear in the video you shot?
Yeah.
All right.
So we went to Chad's Ford Winery, which all my time, and I lived down that way for a while. I've driven by but never went to the winery.
It's phenomenal.
It's awesome.
It is awesome.
We had a great time.
And they one time we got a tour of what they're doing. You know, as obviously they're bringing the wine in and these kind of things, and it was wonderful. But the product is great. Let me tell you, the people over there are very charitable, and they always help out events that my wife puts on. I think you've probably worked with them as well, but it's just gorgeous out there.
And then we went over to Longwood Gardens, which is just right now is just in full spring kaboom mode with all of the foliage and everything. It was gorgeous, and they just turned the fountains on, so we had a really good time. It was cool.
Longwood is a and they just aren't they adding to it? Didn't they?
Yeah, they were doing construction
Big
while
time.
we were there.
They're adding to the conservatory, I believe. Nick, the guy that was our guide, said they're doing a real big expansion. So yeah, a lot of work on that.
They have some cool events, like some concerts are coming up this summer. They got Bela Fleck and the Flecktones are going to be there. Preston, I think last summer they had Amy Grant.
My gal!
I know.
Baby.
Oh, you know what else I was trying to get on was remember Rodrigo y Gabriela?
Yes,
Yes.
guitarist.
Are they going to be there?
They are. They're going to be there in June.
Oh,
so
I love them.
I was
They're
reaching
great.
out to a few different people at Longwood. I love it there. I've been many, many times over my life, but I've never been to a concert there. So I'd love to try to get those people in.
What's great about it is that now they have all the the beer garden and restaurants and stuff, and you can go and pretty much stay all day.
Yeah.
And it's expansive and beautiful, and you can go grab a bite to eat and then go hang out somewhere and then walk and check out the fountains and go, it's tons to do.
So I'll tell you, if you were talking about getting memberships to places, maybe not the hoity-toity club that'll kick your ass out. Longwood. My wife is a member, and she uses it all the time, loves it.
Neither one of us wanted to drink at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Monday, but
They kept handing us booze.
I
Did they really? Yeah.
Well, yeah, because for the video
Yeah,
shoot
yeah,
we
yeah.
were holding it. So I did have a sip of the rosé at Chad's Ford Winery. It was great. And then I'm not really a beer drinker anymore, but whatever beer they handed us
was
at
good.
Longwood Gardens, it was sort of like a fruity flavored.
It did
was
have the
really
fruit
good.
note to it. I was impressed as well. So we'll be back there.
Nice.
I think Yards is who they partner with at Longwood. So anyway, just wanted to mention that and look for a video coming soon. Kyle was taking the video with us yesterday. All right, let's talk about death for a moment.
Right.
Just came from a place of joy in life.
I know.
Death is a part of life, and it could be a fun part if the person who's dying is someone you hate.
No, the reason I bring that up actually is it's a more specific side of things. We reported on that story Van Hage, and they interred her ashes. And Nick, you had mentioned something about human remains, ashes.
Yeah.
And what was that story?
So my Uncle Tyler passed away a few weeks ago, and Uncle Tyler was a great guy, and his funeral service was one of the nicest funeral services I've ever been to in my life. There were so many people that turned out. If you live in Ambler, you knew Deck Hardware, and Tyler ran the place, and the people that came out, like half of Ambler was there. It was such a nice tribute. And so I was hanging out with my family and my cousins, Jackie and Jonathan and Lindsay afterwards, and I got to chatting with Jackie and my Aunt Sherry. And Tyler had a really unique sense of humor. He was sort of the life of the party. Every time he walked into a room, everyone would smile. And so he sadly had cancer that had spread throughout his body. It started with brain cancer, but he started with lung cancer and then became brain cancer. But because he knew that he was going to pass, he was able to have a sense of humor about his impending death with his family. So he had four really nice wishes for his ashes, and then one fifth one. And the first four involved his family, and he wanted them to spread his ashes in places that meant something to them. So, for example, Jackie got married in Key West, so she said, take some of my ashes, spread them down there, and a few other nice things that were maybe more traditional. The fifth blew me away, and that's why I brought it up to you guys. Uncle Tyler loved a lot of things in life, including pranks and fireworks.
Oh, wow.
They're
Okay.
going to have a 4th of July celebration this summer.
Oh my gosh.
And put some of his ashes into fireworks, launch them up into the air,
Aw.
and explode them into the sky. And I'd never heard of that before. And I thought, for him, absolutely perfect. Like, what a wonderful way to
That's cool.
celebrate. And so they're going to have, the funeral's a little more somber, even though the people were there to celebrate
Less
him.
fireworks.
Fewer fireworks,
yeah.
yes. But this summer, Steve, they're going to have a celebration of Tyler's life. And they're going to have a fireworks display, and they're going to launch his ashes into the air and have that be a part of the fireworks. And I was like, man, that's pretty badass.
Question: Are they just going to a roadside stand, picking up some fireworks and shoving them in there?
He had a lot of fireworks connections and collected a lot of fireworks over the years. So apparently, there's a pretty decent stockpile left behind.
You need to launch it high. You need to give it a real, like a real starburst.
A mortar, yeah, for sure.
You don't want to glue it to a sprinkler or a sparkler.
Yeah, exactly. Like put it in an actual mortar that's a really cool display. And but I just was like, man, that is appropriate
cool
for him and cool too.
Well, you remember Gene Roddenberry? They sent his ashes up one of the shuttles or something. I mean, I wonder if there was a service that said it was very expensive to get your ashes brought up into space. Did you remember that, Preston? I think you reported on it.
Yeah, I don't remember what the price was on that or how you got that done.
I don't know the whole. I mean, I prefer to be cremated. I don't want to eat up land, But to each his own. Whatever you want to do. But it seemed like you were reporting on that story with Anne Hayes. It seemed like from the time that she passed to the time they did this seemed like a long time, right?
Yeah, I don't know why. Well, the reason they waited for the actual services, but I don't know.
My mom's ashes are in my closet in my house.
Really?
I'm waiting for
for your dad pass.
When my dad passes, and then they will be spread together.
Okay, so question: Are they going to be spread?
I tried adding water; she didn't come back.
Shut up.
No.
Are they going to spread? Are they going to be spread or buried?
Spread.
Okay.
Long Island Sound.
All right, that was my question.
Out at
All right,
sea,
where? Yeah.
halfway between Connecticut and Long Island.
What about Sheila?
Buoy 11B.
Yeah.
That was my question, Casey. What do you do about Sheila?
I'm chucking her in a dumps. No, Sheila's awesome, but Sheila's younger. I don't know what her wishes are. This is my dad's wishes. Now, it might have been amended, and since I haven't talked to him, but that was the wish.
We're talking threesome possibly now?
I mean, if they're not daisy chained. No.
It's the most beautiful thing in the world. Steve,
Yeah, especially when they flip over. No, Sheila's like is like another mom. So whatever she wants goes. And but that I've known for years that was the specific request of my dad and my mom. So carried out. I think. Doing something like that in the show, Preston, Nick Hacks. Oh, you watched a little bit. Did you watch Preston?
Oh, yeah. That was nice.
She's spreading her father's ashes at different locations.
Across the country.
Across the country.
Yeah, she was doing a road trip.
To me, there's something, I'm split because on Mother's Day, I was seeing people going out to funeral plots and putting flowers down and having it seemingly, I was seeing smiles as well and good memories. There's a couple of cemeteries around where I live, and it seemed nice. But I think there's something to be said for, spreading around it.
I agree. Besides it, she's in your heart anyway. So
that's where she really lives. Yeah. And the arm that I kept.
And I think Jesus Christ. God, he's the worst. I think for a lot of people that fades, that going to the cemetery, for some people will last years and years, but I think for a lot of people it does, start to fade, and what you have in your mind and your heart and all of that is what is what you remember. But I recently was at a funeral and with my entire family. We were waiting in line. I was with my brothers, my parents, and my mom goes. So it was in a church. You know how sometimes you go to the funeral home and that's where the viewing is, and then they go over to the church. This was all in the church, and according to my mom, she says it's cheaper that way. So she said, "This is what I want. I don't want the funeral home. I want to be in the church. This is where I belong, and you'll save some money." And I just told her, I go, "We're cremating you, and I'm throwing you out the window. I'm not spending any time on this." She just laughed at me.
Is cremation off the table for her? I mean, it's your wish, when you pass.
I mean, typically in the Catholic religion, at least as far as I know, they get buried in the casket. So I think she'll follow whatever the Catholic religion says.
The Pope has amended it to include bottle rockets. So yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
the ones that whistle, the moon chasers,
whistling Jupiters.
That's cool. He's a very progressive pope.
That's it.
Steve, my parents are in their 70s, and so we had a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago about what to do when they pass. And both of my parents are pretty okay with death, knowing that it's going to happen at some point.
It's in the cards for everyone.
It's in the cards. We all walk that road, right? And so my dad, maybe a little more so than my mom. But what I didn't know until my parents told me this is that apparently cremation is not the most environmentally friendly process. And I had no idea because I thought it was more environmentally. There's no body, you just spread them around. But the fumes and the fuel involved in setting a body on fire and literally cremating it causes a bit of environmental damage.
You're exactly right.
So my mom started doing this process where she was looking at a little more environmentally friendly ways to do it, to be buried or whatever. And the place right down the road from us here in Ballackinwood, Laurel...
The pit.
Laurel Hill. Laurel Hill.
The river. You're going to chuck her in the river.
That big pit. And it leads into the river.
Laurel Hill Cemetery. They have incredibly environmentally friendly ways of burying somebody, and so it's a not
natural decomposition.
Yeah, not a very.
It's the rat room.
Not a very ornate box or coffin. And they plant native plants around where your gravesite is.
So like a terracotta kind of.
I don't know, but like a place to bury them, and then there's grass around it, and so they make it friendly for the earth, right?
I kind of like that.
I do.
I kind of like that,
except when it came to the cost, and I was just like,
how much?
Tens of thousands of dollars.
Wow.
And then you guys
How much do bottle rockets cost?
You guys know my dad. And he's like,
get a gross of bottle rockets.
Where else might we be buried?
Right.
The pine berries.
Yeah, the pine berries.
Where you used to get your Christmas trees. Just bury them.
I like the idea of spreading the ashes. And here's why. There's we have some really, really old cemeteries in our areas
some
around
amazing ones.
But you know what? When I see a headstone that is worn completely, no markings on it whatsoever.
Just says,
it just says nothing on it. It's worn from over the years, and that person's relatives are long gone. Nobody's around. Nobody remembers. I find that kind of sad.
It is sad. I went
just
to
seeing that.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of just spreading. And listen, and not to get too depressing or morbid or anything, but we're only a couple of generations away from before you're. People aren't going to remember who you are anymore. There are records that people can go back and look at and so on.
Right. And play.
Yeah. But, like an album, yeah. But that's why I think the spreading the ashes thing is better. And even better than just having this container passed around family members until one generation goes, I don't want this. Let's get rid of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm all over the place on some of this because I do like the older... to go walk around the cemeteries where there are intact and see, oh my God, and there's a story that's told, and now the stuff that they're doing, the tombstones are lasting longer and so on and so forth. So there's a certain charm to that. I just don't want to take up a plot of land. They become part of a beautiful garden in some part of the...
And that's what Laurel Hill does.
Yeah,
it's
that to me seems very cool as well. But to each his own. But it's your choice how you want to go out.
Yeah. Let me see here. Do we want some calls on this? Let me go to Krista. Hi, Krista.
Good morning.
What's up, Krista?
So I just wanted to comment on Nick's having the discussion with his parents because I had this discussion with both of my parents many years ago. And when my dad did pass, he had Alzheimer's. And so, Preston and I commiserate with what you're going through. And my mom has a little bit of dementia. And when we went to plan his funeral, my mom completely did not remember that we had an entire conversation about them both wanting to be cremated. And it was a little hard in the moment as we're sitting in the funeral home to say, yes, this is actually what you had planned. So my suggestion would be to have your parents write down their wishes while they're still of sound mind and maybe in their own handwriting so that you can show it back to them and say, no, you did actually say
You know what, Chris? It might even be worth a video recording them stating their wishes.
Exactly.
Interesting.
And then say, see, stupid.
Thank you, Krista. Appreciate it. What's wrong with you?
It's right there. That's you.
Have you guys ever heard
the good witch?
Have you ever heard of Aquamation?
Yeah, one of the DC Justice League.
No.
Is this where they dissolve you?
That's Aquaman, Steve. Yes, essentially,
it's a cheap cologne.
Your body, they do Aquamation. Nope, that's Aquavelva.
That's Aquavelva.
Damn it!
You're all around it. Aquamation is, essentially putting your body in water and acid. But they do this also at Laurel Hill. So
What's that like?
Really?
I don't know what the price.
Laurel Hill's pretty good.
What it
I'll
costs.
bet you that's even more expensive.
Well,
But it releases no greenhouse gases, only has 10% of the carbon footprint.
and it's a heck of a soup.
With no mercury emissions in the atmosphere. It processes 95% water and 5% alkali.
Steve, but use a spoon to get every cup.
Yeah, you gotta.
You
I
could
wanna get
use a fork.
every bit of Uncle Charlie. No, that notion. That's why, and it's funny 'cause you do mention, Nick, with the incineration and cremation process. Yes, there's a lot of pollutants that are involved in that. There was the one story you had years ago, Preston, about the cemetery where it might have been a pet cemetery where they were simply just bulldozing the bodies into a dish, and people were paying for high end.
Oh,
yeah, and it was like,
Yeah.
that's just the worst.
No, you got to get what you pay for sure.
I've heard a few people who are claustrophobic fearing being put in a coffin.
Yeah.
And that kind of boggles my mind a little
Are
bit.
these vampires?
No, like people that when they pass away, they don't want to be in a coffin when they're buried because they are right now while they're
they
alive.
have that innate fear.
Yeah, they're claustrophobic.
And then, then you have like a Fall of the House of Usher type of thing where you might wake up and go, oh my, or Kill Bill.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's a terrifying scene.
That to me, and this is going to shock. It's like when people say, I never want to get cancer. That's a bold new take on it. Being buried alive is in my absolute fear list. You know, that whole thing. There's a Bill Buston walked in the studio.
And Casey's trying to call him to get his cell phone to ring. But Bill has learned he has silenced his phone.
What's the movie with Ryan Reynolds where he's in a coffin buried?
Oh, yeah. That's the whole movie. He's in there, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't know that
Oh, my
movie.
God. I think it's the original Deadpool. No, I think
I
it's
don't know if
a,
I can do that movie.
Yeah, but no, that's why I don't like, to me, to eat up you pass sometimes by these little lush cemeteries and you're saying all those acres of land. Now, mind you, I'm not, if that was your choice or you want to do that, that's fine. I get it. But for me, it's like, boy, you're eating up a lot of land,
I want to go to Laura. Hi, Laura. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Laura?
Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, it's all good. What's up?
I just wanted to talk about, I don't know if anybody watched 6 Feet Under.
Yeah, I did.
Awesome show. And it, not to give too much away, but I learned about on that show green burials. And I looked into it, and it's something I want to do. Husband thinks I'm crazy. But what they do is they don't embalm your body, and they wrap you in either a shroud or like a biodegradable coffin if you need to have a coffin. And certain funeral homes and such do it. They do it, like you said, it doesn't, it's not really, I guess it's taking up land a little bit for a while, but then you just kind of decompose. There's no chemicals. I just thought it was really great after reading about. And
it's expensive, though, right? I mean, that's what Nick was saying.
It's expensive, but if you think about having a funeral,
I don't know why it would be that expensive. I mean, essentially, you're not going through any of the
that's what I mean. A
stuff.
biodegradable coffin doesn't cost as much as
Right. And the body's not being treated.
Well, I know down in like some of the
think.
South American countries, they don't embalm the bodies, and that's why they will have the funeral and the burial like the very next day,
Even before they're dead.
Yeah.
No, not that.
It's never been a better time.
They do it right away, absolutely, if they're not embalming. But even I had always wanted to be cremated, and reading about that and how, like you said, the chemicals and everything, that's not good either. Trying to do everything, plan it for future generations, I guess.
I wonder how they keep. Predators from,
Thanks, Laura.
Feral
from
creatures
digging?
from, Hey, we got some bad news about your Uncle Phil.
Oh, dude.
But on a plus side, there is a thriving raccoon community.
So, half dozen of
So
one.
nature,
Bill's laughing at
I
that.
know, nature.
Well, maybe they have to bury you deep enough.
I hope so.
They won't burrow down in there and dig you out.
It's weird because this is the kind of conversation that you should have early on. A lot of people, I know people. I was at a wedding on Saturday, and all different age groups, and stuff like this it's you think about those milestone moments in a life, and also as people in your life, pass what you want to do. Make sure people know what you want.
Did you go over to the bride and groom and say, "Hey,
do you have a second here?
Yeah, think about
this couple we see here is going to be dead eventually." And I just want to say, can we make your funeral shroud out of this wedding gown?
Do you guys not like talking about it?
No, I don't.
I'm good with
I
it.
don't care to. I mean, when it needs to be done, I don't mind having
during
those,
bingo night.
those very specific questions, but it's not something I like to sit and chat about.
I don't know if it makes me morbid or whatever, but I've been sort of obsessed about it over the last few months. And I've been surrounded by it. I've had a few friends pass away, relatives or whatever, so I've been thinking about it a little more frequently. But I don't know. I think that it's also important to talk about it because everybody in this room, everybody that we love, everybody we hate, we're all going to die. And so I think it's important to at least acknowledge that that's going to happen.
I get uncomfortable and I just I'll talk about it and then that's it. It's over. Let's end it.
Activities.
So if I am
cemetery activities.
No, I just want to make sure that people are
Place succulents around the body.
Yeah.
No,
do etchings in a beautiful pattern.
You guys just need to be screaming, crying, and hanging off the side of the
I know you want to love it.
Yes.
Her, she loved people so much.
And then do whatever you want with my body.
Kath, I've been thinking about, and I always think
Wait, anything?
Yeah, well, she. It's
within reason.
Yeah. Was it a little colder than I would have liked? Yes.
Oh my God.
Was there an odor? Yes. But we all had to take a crack at it.
It was the only way.
Yeah. I mean, we all thought about it. And despite the smell of formaldehyde, it was actually very pleasant. Yeah.
She did say anything.
It was great.
You got to be careful with your
By the
language
way-
in this room, Kath.
Have you ever seen I actually got to see the prep room of a funeral
parlor, yeah.
and which is always in the basement. They never put it up in the front window. It's not like, hey, the bagels are fresh.
Well, Steve, my best friend Steve, his wife, that's their family.
So have you
business.
seen?
Oh, really?
Oh no.
Yeah.
I don't need to see that. That's okay.
Say, hey, why don't you go down and play with the bodies? No.
Casper, you're going to say something? I interrupted you.
No. I mean, yesterday, it's so weird that we're talking about this because yesterday I was really feeling really depressed. And then my wife, she put her hand on my shoulder and she just said, Earth. And I said, you know what? That
really frontier.
That really means the world to me.
A dad joke. You got to give me an alert.
What? No.
There's no hand signal or anything like that for a dad joke. Hang on. Let me go to Bill.
Wait. Just do it again.
No, I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, you should.
No, I'm not going to do it again. You get one chance, guys.
All right. I have Bill, who's on the phone. Hi, Bill. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hi, guys. You guys rock.
All right, thanks, buddy.
How
What's
do you
up?
guys rock?
I was up in Vermont visiting my Uncle Dan, and he had stacks of wood there, beautiful oak, and I said, Dan.
Oh, he just died.
Bill just passed away. Bill, we lost your signal. We lost what you were saying.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
My Uncle Dan is building his own coffin, which I thought was a pretty neat concept. But the thing is, I said, when do you start? And when are you done with the coffin? Is it time to go, Dan? And he just chuckled. But it's a neat concept because there's no fasteners involved or anything. He's going to be buried under a tree. It's totally biodegradable.
I like that.
Really
There are some people, I've seen an article where, they will enlist the family to help them build it.
Yeah,
with
don't make me
them.
do that.
I don't want to do that.
Hey, this is great.
But it is a concept that for some people, they find it satisfying.
The notion of being placed under a tree or something that's alive and providing nutrients for that and the family raccoons is actually kind of good.
If you're in the Navy and you pass away, do they still just sort of drop you off the ship?
I think it depends where, Nick, but here's somebody who wants to mention something, not in the Navy, but I'm going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Sorry, guys. I was just sucking on a chili dog.
Yeah. All right. Those morning chili dogs are great.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
All right, what's up, Brian?
So my girlfriend's wish. She's born and raised in St. Thomas, but we live here in the Philadelphia area now, and she wants to be buried at sea.
I think so. Have you investigated how one goes about that?
Well, I just assumed, cremated and ashes over the boat, but she wants her dead, naked body thrown over a boat in the ocean.
Oh, that's pretty hot.
I kind of like that.
Do that?
So, the concept of bringing her from the Philadelphia area down to St. Thomas dead and put her in the ocean is kind of overwhelming, but they do it. It's a fisherman's burial there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. So that's her goal.
I would go that way.
I bet you all the places that take you out to swim with the sharks are right near there.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
yes.
dude, turn me into chum.
Thank
Let's
you,
have some fun
Brian.
with it.
You know what?
She's obsessed with swimming with sharks too.
There you go.
All right.
It's pretty interesting because if you think about that, and if you think about the details of that, this body's going to be eaten, by scavengers.
We would hope.
Crabs and things like that.
Seahorses.
And if you think about, when we have laws on the books that you can't, mutilate, you can't abuse a corpse or something like that. That's like severely abusing a corpse, but I guess it's the person's wishes. I know.
Yeah.
Like what we would do with Kathy.
Yeah, exactly. Which she just openly invited us to do when she did.
So
the tough part is going to be convincing Dennis that she told us that. We need to video you saying that, Kathy.
Well, we have audio of it here. So,
so I wonder if you could, in a classic, you'll see burials at sea, where the body will be there and the board slants, it slides right out. And is that considered a viable option these days? Would they do that by request in the Navy, where you can sail the seven seas?
You can sail, and you can put your mind at ease. That's a good question. I know that they do it out of necessity, or have, and especially in times of war. It's like, we need to dispose of this body now. Yeah. So, but I'm not sure what the current protocol is for all of that. But it's interesting stuff. But, this conversation got started because Anne Hayes, she was cremated, and they just had the services for her. And then Nick had that story about his uncle who recently passed, who wants to be his remains shot off into a fireworks display, which is great.
I love it.
I think the family could have a blast.
I'm hoping.
No pun intended.
People will be dying to get in.
I want to go to this party this summer and see Uncle Tyler's final wishes.
Do yourself a favor if you can. When that actually does happen, if a drone thing could spell out his name or something like that.
That's a brilliant idea.
About the celebration fireworks,
Oh
man.
my God,
They do
those
drone
guys can
shows
do it.
now.
Yeah. Dude, that'd be really cool.
I apologize to those that we did not go to who have been on hold for a while. Thank you so much for your calls, but we need to take a break because we have a guest who's coming up in just a moment or so. All right, let's come back because Michael Carbonaro will be joining us. Jennifer Carroll is stopping by as well. We will return in just a tad bit. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents the ID for Preston and Steve.
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was, I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
You just kind of
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
of this
on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh my God!
Parlez-vous English?
I would be raging. You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
We talked about Cameo before.
Yes.
And you can do birthday wishes and hellos and stuff like that.
Hi,
But
this is Liam Neeson. I understand, Jimmy, that it's your 8th birthday. I want you to know it's a hard world out there.
well, apparently now the trend is to get the celebrity to break up your relationship for you.
Wow.
And some people have been doing a lot of them. Sugar Ray singer Mark McGrath has been a popular choice for Cameo users looking to pass their breakup responsibilities on to him.
Well, he had one that had been requested and it went viral and a lot of people were talking about it. So I guess he immediately earned that status.
Yep. By the way, he's had a lot of work done on his face.
Has he?
A lot
He was
of
a
work.
good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy, which is probably why he's had a lot of work. Yeah.
See, with me, it's like, who cares?
So he had said, I've been doing these for fun. I wouldn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But even Matthew Perry says that he'll deliver any kind of messages, and he has done breakup videos as well. So,
that's kind of sad, though. Like, then what if
I
the
know.
person likes that celebrity and now they've just ruined their life?
Well, maybe it might be a little bit of a buffer if someone you like is telling you and giving you words of encouragement.
But it would have to depend on what type of breakup.
How bad of a breakup can it be
if you're hiring a celebrity?
That you're hiring a celebrity to do it? I mean,
I don't think it's
You know what I
something
mean?
Nicole Brown Simpson would have done. So I think if it's more volatile, no. But I think if it's hey, we know this is over, you could have fun with this.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't think a divorce would be the right thing.
Yeah.
You know?
No. Hey,
Like
honey.
kids and everything. And yeah.
Maybe I would say a year and under. You've been dating for
In a
a year
relationship, yeah.
or under.
Okay.
Anything over, you can't hire a celebrity.
Yep. So that's been the latest, and a lot of people are up for it.
You guys ever do a cameo?
Steve has.
Hire one.
Yep. I did with Kevin Sorbo because my wife loves the show Hercules and always had a crush on him. And he did it, and he did a great job. And he talked for a while.
I did one. It wasn't a cameo. It was the musical one that I did for my brother.
This is Ian McCarroll. Kathy Raimondo wants to let you know she wishes you'd stop parking in her spot.
It's my spot! I love that it's my spot now.
She's very upset with you. Wishes you'd have a little more consideration.
What did you did a musical one?
Yeah, so there's a backup singer / trumpet player for Trey's band, Jennifer Harsberg. Yeah, and so she ended up singing a song for my brother, but I wanted to do one for my daughter for her birthday, but you go through and it's like, all right, well, this person's too expensive, and then this person is not as expensive, but do they, are they as important? Like, I don't know how much a Mark McGrath would cost.
Yeah, you can probably get 4 Mark McGraths for a Pat Sajak.
We should do our own cameos. How much would we be worth?
So,
$1,000.
So you can have longer chats, by the way. So
really?
Yeah. So for example, Mark McGrath is $90 right now. I think it says. So, but if you do extend it, you can ask for. I just asked for the bare bones minimum. Yeah. I mean, because my wife has always crushed on Sorbo, so I said, and I told him that in the little description, and he couldn't have been better. And talked for a while.
There's a couple my best friend. I want to send when his birthday's coming up in a couple of months, but I can't think. Because the movie lines that we throw at each other are really offbeat, obscure people who didn't even really have a career.
No, yeah.
And so I'm like, I can't find anyone.
I doubt Tom Cruise is doing them.
That would make sense. So
Hi, this is Tom Cruise. You can't handle the truth, but apparently you can handle a lot. Billy says thanks for last night.
Todd Glass is here.
Yeah!
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Feel good. Wow. It's exciting every time.
We'll be at Helium Comedy Club.
It is incredibly exciting.
Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not done speaking yet.
Sorry. I'm a different person than I used to be.
Are you?
Really?
Is it because of this treatment that you've had done?
I'm just, I listen more, and I'm not as no, I feel crazy right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to be
That's
here.
what we
You
need.
told me in the green room that you're now a full Hasidic rabbi.
And he knew because of the things on the
Yeah, and
sides.
I didn't want to. I should have let you announce
That's
it.
my improv skills.
All right, well, let's
things on the side.
Let's bring everybody in on this, on what we're talking about. So Todd requested that we have a certain treatment done. Casey, did he contact you about it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe this is all the rage in Los Angeles these days, but
here.
Yeah, and here. Well,
And here.
we talked about it here on our show where I think we initially heard of it as a on-site hangover treatment.
Yes.
Where if you put one on the night before, you weren't feeling all that great, that there's a service that will come to your office or residence or whatever, and they'll administer an IV and that is filled with saline,
Gummy bears,
B12, and stuff like that.
Well, you remember our calendar shoot when we had that little snafu when they showed up, the bachelor party that had all of the equipment. It was like the leftovers of this treatment that they had done.
But so many people are doing it now, and apparently it's effective.
Well, I'm out of the loop. I'm out of the loop because I'm not familiar.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I've heard of the hangover thing, but I didn't know that this is all the rage, as you were saying.
That's what I hear.
There's there's facilities specifically for this now.
Okay, well,
And
the
you know what-
facility that we have here is called City Hydration. And Christy is here from City Hydration. Hi, Christy.
Hi, how are
nice
you?
to see you. I'm wonderful. But what were you going to say, Todd?
No, I was gonna. First, I was gonna say something. I go, I bet that she could probably explain it better than me. So then I was like, well, probably you were right to go her way. But now that I have your attention,
yes,
I real quick, I have friends that have done it over the years. And even 15 years ago, I would hear about it, but it was just to me someone did on the set or that had money. I always thought, and
it was for the wealthy.
It was only for the wealthy.
Only for the wealthy, the 1%ers.
And so it's not a new thing. It's just new that you're able to do it. But my friend said at first you do it like maybe you're under the weather, but then you realize how good you feel. You're like, you know what? I just want to feel real good for my wedding or for something you're doing one day that you just want to feel great. You're going to a concert at night. So like in the day, so you're just at your best.
Yeah, Todd, I saw a special on it. It was a local. It might have been you, City Hydration Services, and they were talking about it's now become a ritual for a lot of people because I just normally associate it with like a hangover thing. Okay, but there are apparently just wellness aspects to it. So, what's in your bag, Todd? What do you? Because you're getting one now.
Mine now. I don't want you to laugh at me.
He's hooked up to an IV right now.
Right now, he has an IV needle into his arm.
And by the way, my palms are sweating.
Yeah, Kathy hates needles.
Looking at that IV in your arm.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like,
Kathy will not be using the service.
Some people, yeah, it's same with some people. It doesn't really like. For me, it's just like it sounds like this is like I'm not doing an ad for it, but it was like a pinch, same, and then now I'm not even thinking.
Well, you're a regular intravenous drug user. So
well, I am.
like nothing.
In all
for
fairness, mine does have mashed potatoes in it.
Wow.
So, well, just because I felt she said I look low on gravy, and I said, well, then
let's top that off.
Give me 2 bags of gravy.
I would say this.
Funny, John. Look how my friend John.
You have a
laughing.
friend here, I guess. So what is he? Is he like this is a double-blind experiment? If he passes away, you're good.
I started his intravenous about 20 minutes before mine. If he drops dead, I pull mine out early.
No, this has been vetted quite a lot. People are using this quite often.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'm sorry, your name is Christy. Is that
Christy, yes.
So how's business been? Is it booming?
It is booming. We've been around for about 2 years now, and it was slow going in the beginning because it's really not well known on the East Coast. I first saw this business in California. Then I moved to Colorado. They were everywhere in Colorado. And when I realized there wasn't anything like this in Philadelphia, I decided to move home and give it a shot with opening one up.
Now, are your customers primarily well-known comedians looking for free stuff?
Yeah. Our customers are everything. I mean, you have the tired mom, you have the professional athletes, you have cold and flu patients. I mean, we're kind of all across the board with the clients we see.
That's what I was going to ask about. Cold, like if you're sick, if you have the flu, you need your fluids replenished. People come to you just if they're not feeling so hot. They'll come in for that.
Yeah. So our cold and flu infusion has been incredibly popular this year. It seems to be hitting everybody and pretty hard at that. So we see people come in when symptoms are starting. We'll have people come in because their wife and their kids are sick. We'll have people come in when it's just been dragging on and they can't really get over the hump of the cold. We tell everyone our cold and flu infusion, it's all antioxidants. It is not a cure for the flu. It's not a cure for a cold. It's just going to help your body, boost your immunity, and help you get over it a lot faster.
So you recover quicker?
Exactly.
Okay.
A common question coming up, text messages, how much does it cost?
Yes. So it really varies. I mean, most of our infusions are customized by our clients depending on how they're feeling and what they're needing. It starts at $75 for a plain bag with nothing mixed in, and we've seen them go as expensive as $300 plus with the additives they choose.
So okay, but if you book it through us, free.
Yeah.
Now, is it so the one with nothing in it? No, not nothing in it. It's not a novelty bag. But what
What's the $75 bag?
What is the basic
so the
fluid?
$75 bag is just plain saline. And a lot of people think like the vitamins and stuff are beneficial when really the hydration aspect of it is where you feel the best.
So Todd, you had surgery. You had with the heart issue. I had my deals.
I play younger.
But
well, is that an issue?
I don't want you to lose your job on Riverdale. But the saline thing is always what they give you, and it kind of it gets you back
Yeah,
up
it
and
really
running.
makes you feel like you're revived.
All right, how is this different than just drinking a lot of liquids or, electrolytes?
I mean, so that's a great question. So absorption via the GI tract is variable, and it's susceptible to first pass metabolism, which is really just a fancy way of saying that a portion of what's taken in by mouth is filtered through the gut and the liver, and it's not really hitting your bloodstream.
You're going right in.
Yeah, exactly.
All
So
right.
this is 100% absorption. It bypasses your GI tract. It's not filtered as much. It's going right into the blood cells.
Okay. So how are you feeling? Whenever I've had an IV, it's weird because you'll start to feel it. I felt. I don't know if that's a placebo
What, like
thing
in
going
your
on.
body?
Well, you start to feel
cold.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Really? It's very common. You feel cold pretty much instantly. Your hand or your arm, wherever it's infusing, you'll start to feel a little cold. A lot of people taste the B vitamins. Do you taste it?
No.
Yeah.
I taste the donut I had.
Yeah, a majority of people will taste those B vitamins. It kind of tastes like a Flintstones vitamin. It's not too terrible. But it's the hydration that's really giving you that immediate difference. We have a lot of people that love B12 in their infusions. It's
B12 is the big thing. You always hear B12 mentioned.
And I tried B12, and I was not looking to think. I didn't want to pretend it was working if it didn't. So I was during the day. I go, I don't know if I feel it. At night, absolutely. What I always say is clear-headed, and I did it one more time. I don't need to do it every day, but it was another thing I was going to. I was like, God, I like the way that was the first time. I went and did it again, and lightheaded, not lightheaded, clear-headed, And to me, it feels like the B12 right now, but like 3 times.
How often do you do it, Todd?
I've only done the B12 twice.
Just twice? Okay.
Yeah, so this to me, the closest I can get to ever feeling it was that. This right now, even now, and it's only been in there for 20 minutes, it feels like 3 times that. It feels very nice.
All right, so should you go to your doctor before you do something like this?
So we actually
Let's keep them out of this.
We have physicians on staff. All of our staff are critical care nurses, so ER, ICU, lots of experience. And our physicians are also part of this.
Okay. All right, the reason I ask is because I remember I started taking a multivitamin because I thought you should take a multivitamin. And then my doctor was like, don't take a multivitamin. You shouldn't take that. You should check with me before you take any vitamins of any type because
Always
you
good.
may not need those or they may be counterproductive.
Well, a lot of these facilities, at least the ones that I know of, it is either retired nurses or nurses who are out of their field that are now moving on to open up something like this.
Yeah, we kind of chose a little bit of a different business model. We wanted our nurses to still be based in hospitals, skills very fresh. They're great at IVs. They're quick to think. They're just more prepared, I feel like, when they have been in action and they're working in hospitals and then coming into work.
You want actual medical personnel doing this. You don't want a guy in a van doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right. So so this is something that you're digging. So how amongst other comedians and stuff, do you see this a lot? Other people, entertainers using this a lot?
I've just always heard stories like, they got someone didn't feel well. They got a mobile. They called it a mobile nurse.
Yeah.
And they come because they're nurses. They're registered nurses.
It's a classic, Todd. Because he it's the same reason why you serve your water in a glass jug in your and it's the reason why you wanted a circular driveway. You just sort of project wealth when it comes to this sort of stuff, right?
Well, you just want to find out. What are you talking about?
He's talking about you. You wanted the hedges trimmed when you were a kid. You're about presentation. Yeah. You're about making sure you're at your best.
Well, Kathy, our next guest, is joining us via Zoom. He's going to be in town on Saturday at the Keswick Theater for Carbonaro Lies on Stage. He's a star of the Carbonaro Effect. Love this guy. Please welcome Michael Carbonaro to our program. Morning, Michael.
Ooh, good morning. How are you?
We're great, man. Nice to see you again. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you.
I love the show. You've been on our program many times throughout the years to promote it, the Carbonaro Effect, and all. By the way, if you want to see all the seasons, they are available on HBO Max and Hulu and Amazon Prime. And I describe it as great family entertainment.
But in the best way.
It's something my kids
That
and
makes
I
sense.
just love seeing you guys do what you did. And how many people involved? Because to pull off pranks and to have magic involved and all the right props and things need to be in place. Did you have a pretty big crew for that show?
Yeah, it was an enormous crew. The magic team was 5 people outside of me performing magic and coming up with the tricks and a live stage show is a little different because I put the show together and then I get to do the show from town to town and the audience is there knowing they're ready to watch a show. All the conditions are extremely different than hitting a new location like some store or out on a dock somewhere where you're hiding cameras and trying to do a trick that none of us had ever done before or even heard of, that morning.
You said that you started when you were 13. I assume that every single magician that's ever walked the face of the earth had to start doing birthday parties. Is that where you began?
That's right.
Yes.
Birthday parties, communions, christenings, company events, picnics.
Who were your inspirational comedians of that time? Were you because I remember like the Doug Henning and Mark Wilson and
Are you talking about magicians?
What did I say? Musicians?
Comedians.
Comedians.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but to that level, those are the ones that I remember were the first that caught my eye. Were they similar for you?
It's funny you said comedians in accident because at first I had a lot of influence there too. You're right. Yes, I love Doug Henning. I mean, I was really, really little when I saw Doug Henning, but I remembered him so well. I grew up as a Copperfield kid for sure.
Oh,
100%.
David Copperfield. Well, the comedian thing as a flub does actually work into what you do.
For sure.
Your
Like
show
Harlan,
is based on you have to have a sense of humor. I mean,
Totally.
and Penn and Teller were masters of weaving comedy, and so I guess it does. They go hand in hand.
It really does, yeah. And learning how to, hold a crowd for the entire night, just you up there, on a big stage. It's like it really is your personality, that makes or breaks the show.
Would you think a comedian's timing is similar to a magician's timing?
I think you got the hook, line, sink, the same you do
Same
in
thing.
magic. Yeah, exactly right.
Steve had mentioned Penn and Teller, and so you had joined Penn last year for a while because Teller was having a surgery. And did you guys have a relationship years before that, I assume?
Yeah, it was always Teller who I really had the closer relationship with. I had done a trick that I really wanted him to look at, and I sent him a video link of it, and he immediately responded, and we started jamming about this. This was like 10 years ago, and we became kind of like little magic pen pals, and I would go and visit at the show, and I would visit Penn and Teller, and Penn was kind of the rougher nut to crack for me.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite get on that level to try and ease my way into making a relationship with him. And I think it was when his kids started watching my TV show that he kind of looked at me a little different. He's like, because one day, I went to go see the Penn and Teller show in Vegas, and he just came right up to me. He's like, my kids love your show. He's like, and Teller showed me some of the stuff, and then we started talking, and we became friends too. And yeah, getting to perform with Penn over the holiday, we did a stretch in November and a stretch in December. It was, I'd say it was a dream come true, but I never had that dream. I never even thought that would be possible. It wasn't even something I reached for, because I just never even assumed anything like that would ever happen. It was just so bizarre. So it was kind of like this surreal dream.
Did you adopt the Teller persona as part of the act, or were you conversive?
No.
Okay.
We both did we both went back and forth doing solo stuff, and then we did some bits together that he and Teller would do, but I did it while talking. So I kind of he even said, he's like, I want you getting in there and I want to banter with you. I never get to banter with people on stage. He's like, but just note that for 47 years, I am trained that if there's ever a dull moment or there needs to be words on stage, I say them. So you got to get in there.
Right. No. Sage advice. Well, you know what I love about Teller too, and I've always been fascinated by Houdini and the fascination now, but as of late, I've been doing a lot more research into it. And there's a show I watch called Collector's Corner, and they have this guy who has, I think, one of the absolute greatest collections of Houdini paraphernalia. But you look at the way the technology has aided magic, and just the techniques and so on and so forth. They were basically stone knives and bear skins at that point when he was doing what he was doing.
Sure.
It's amazing. Are you a Houdini aficionado or fan as well?
Yes, I believe that, he taught us magicians, and maybe anybody really, if you look at it more broadly, the importance of creating the legend. In Houdini's career, so much of it was about not always what he did, but what you thought he did.
Yeah.
And that would happen in press, his press, and David Blaine is our modern Houdini now, utilizing endurance stunts and things that you look at and wonder, like, how can a human being accomplish that? And weaving that together with magic kind of makes you believe and wonder whether or not that's real. But the same thing with magic, you are creating, it's not only just that one visual moment that you have to fool people with, it's the entire story and the entire picture, and what they go home thinking that they saw is way more important than what you're actually doing. I've performed tricks before where, you know, I'll do a magic trick where I borrow somebody's dollar bill and then I make it disappear and make it reappear over on the other side of the stage. And then 3 years later, I'll meet somebody and they're like, oh, I saw that show you did where you took that bill and then you made it disappear and it appeared in another state. Remember that? And I'm like, yeah, I remember that. It's just like funny. People, like, they expand the myth in their mind, create a bigger trick. And my lesson there is you just nod and take credit for it.
Totally. Sure. Yep, that's what you got.
I did that. Yeah.
So how does, obviously, you know, the TV show is hidden camera and unsuspecting people, completely different animal with the stage show. What's the format of this? How does it roll out?
Yeah, it's funny because I think people come to the show and they're fans of the TV show and they're like, well, what's he going to do? Because we know he's a magician, right? And people are really excited to see that the things that I'm doing are real. And I don't mean real that they're like actual magic, but they're actual tricks being performed with sleight of hand, skill and deception and things like that. Because I think even the most diehard fan of the TV show, they get skeptical and wonder, like, is he really doing, are they actors?
Sure.
Is it like camera tricks going on? And that's one of my favorite things to get to do, is to be able to perform live. So people are like, oh, he's actually doing the things I've seen him do on TV, but he's doing them live. So in terms of like what I could do in the stage show, you know, knowing that I'm a magician does not stop me from fooling you, even pranking you, which is an amazing, wonderful thing about magic. I myself, as a magician, can even get fooled and pranked. I teach people a prank. I bring somebody up on stage and I show them a prank where the audience actually is learning what's happening and the person on stage isn't learning what's happening. You kind of get that dual reality. Like
cool. I love that.
TV show at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really cool show full of fun, audience participation. Just like on the TV show, I'm messing with people and bringing them up on stage and talking to them, and you never know how it's going to happen. It's got that electric energy.
It's actually where the art form I mean, that's where you come from. The magician, the classic stage magician is.
Exactly.
That's where it all begins.
Those birthday parties.
Yeah, right.
It really is, though. I mean, when we made the Carbonaro effect, I think True TV kind of wanted it to be like this edgy show that was for, like, you know, 25, the demographic, whatever it was like 18 to 25, you know, single guys who have a girlfriend but aren't yet married. It was like this really strange, specific category. I think they were like trailing off of the Impractical Jokers, like trying to pick up that demo. But what happened is that, like you said at the top, it ended up being a show that it's not a kid's show, but certainly a family-friendly show where families would bond together and watch this show. You know, a lot of people would say to me, like, I've never had a show that I sit and watch with my daughter and my grandma and everybody. Like, we all watch you together, and that's really awesome.
That's cool.
And I really do believe that came from performing and learning and honing my style in front of these, like, all-age crowds at those birthday parties and things and communions.
Did you ever do a crossover with Impractical Jokers?
We did, yeah.
Okay.
I've never been on their show, but they came out on my show, and we did a little crossover show.
Because you would transfer perfectly on their show as well. You guys could do some amazing stuff.
Yeah, I should text one of them and be like, get me on, because I think they're having guests.
I mean, it's about time.
Yeah.
You mentioned fooling audience members. Have you ever had a trick that so Penn and Teller do fool us?
Right.
Have you ever tried? Or do you have a particular trick or illusion you think is worthy of being brought before Penn and Teller to be judged?
I'm not a big fan of judge when it comes to magic and entertainment. It's a weird thing. Their show is kind of a trick in that it's not really a contest show.
Yeah.
The format's a contest show, but they're sort of like pulling the wool over your eyes and the network and everybody.
Yeah.
Where it's a contest, the format's a contest, but really they're catering a really great variety magic show.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing that I would go on and try and like fool them with, but we have talked about me going on the show and doing a bit together with them. So
it's such a cool thing, the community, because I think everybody, I went through my magician stage as a kid, and I bought all
too.
It turns out the toughest magic trick for any young magician is conjuring people who want to watch your dumb tricks. And that's what I learned out the quickest way possible. But, you know.
My poor mother and all the cards she had to select.
Exactly. But the thing that is cool is that as you were talking about with David Copperfield and so on and so forth, there is this sort of familial thing where, and it's my understanding, a lot of, you have your magicians you call on to perfect tricks or illusions and is Copperfield one of your go-to? Who would you go to when, besides, you mentioned Teller as well.
Yeah.
Are those the magicians you'll turn to see, is this working? Is this right?
Absolutely. I've had them both help out with different things. And my friends from the Carbonaro Effect, my magician consultants that I worked with on that show, I'll have them take a look at it. It's always great to have a magician's eye on things, and always great to have a non-magician's eye on things too, because you can get kind of too caught up in the magic. I've seen a lot of magicians who work too much around magicians, and then their work is sort of like, I'm doing this with, I'm going through so many hoops to try and make it especially a fooler for magicians who watch it, but then it kind of loses its place altogether as just a simple, clean effect, like for an audience member. Like there's this one trick where there's this notorious wonderful gimmick. It's a gimmick that makes this wonderful effect happen where something levitates. And I saw this magician one time perform at the Castle, and they were like, and I'm doing that trick, and I'm not even using the gimmick. And I was like, have you considered using the gimmick? Because the way you're doing it is so convoluted, and it looks weird and clunky, and you're going through all these steps that don't need to be there. And yes, it's levitating without the gimmick. The only person who knows that is you.
Yeah.
Just use the gimmick.
Yeah.
You got to sell it.
Michael, do you know there are some tricks that are standards in your business, and one of them that never ceases to blow me away is Sam the Bellhop. And I just, and the people who execute that properly, it baffles my mind. Is that one that you learned as well? Is that like a must know?
No, never learned that one.
No kidding.
No. Do you do that? Did you try and learn that?
Hell no. Not even, no.
Okay, yeah. It's a very complicated card effect for those of you who don't know.
It's long.
By that, I would say 99.9% of the listeners' audience out there don't know what the heck that is. But it is a very complicated card effect where the cards, though they're shuffled over and over and over again, they're miraculously in the perfect order the magician commands while he's telling a story that goes with it, and he's turning the cards over, and everything he says echoes the cards that are dropping down. It's a really wonderful illusion.
Looking at that, I mean,
does it.
Steve had joked that the tough part is getting people to pay attention to care about the trick you're doing, but the really tough part is the endless hours you have to spend perfecting whatever it is you're working on. I mean, it's just
hard.
Nonstop practice.
Yeah, it's the working on the trick, the nonstop practice, getting it together, and then the ultimate test. You want to talk about judging and like winning is putting it in front of people.
Yeah.
You know nothing. You sit in your room. I sit in my room and work on a trick, get it together. But until I bring it out in front of live people, I have no idea how it's going to flow.
Right. Yeah.
So like this new tour show that I'm traveling with right now, Lies on Stage, is different than my former tour. All the tricks are new in this one. And, when I first put it out there, it changed so much. Like within the first 4 shows, it was like, nope, that trick's out. This one's going in. This trick's not working. This joke doesn't work. Until you have it in front of the people, you don't know where or what it's going to happen. And I do this classic thing where I always overcomplicate what I think I need to do in front of the crowd. And then I have this simple little silly effect I'm working on that ends up being the hit. And I'm like, okay, that's the one that the crowd likes the best. It's the one that I like performing the best.
That's the story as for everything. So I do dialects and some impressions but more often, like the one like Humphrey Bogart. Oh, that's amazing. Or even these old, overdone, hackneyed, from years ago. That's the one. That's a crazy one. So, give them what they want. If they like that and they're amazed by that, you just roll with it, correct?
Yeah, I was working on effect, but almost like the story I was telling you about that magician. See, I never learned either. Like I was doing this complicated thing in the tour, and it had all these little thingies I had to hide around and execute, making this thing happen. And it was so complicated and hard to do in each new theater that I went to. And then there was this other trick that I was doing literally with a Band-Aid and a piece of string that I was like, I should just do this thing. It'd be really funny. It's the star of the show. The other thing's gone, and I'm not even doing it. And
you're happier for it.
Yeah. So, Michael, we're talking to you via Zoom. We have a YouTube channel, so people are watching the interview on our streaming on YouTube right now. So, I don't know, if you
I
knew
feel
it,
like I've made it. You
have.
I've always wanted to stream
on YouTube, no less.
Well,
YouTube.
I don't know if what you thought was coming today, and what you had prepared for this interview, aside from just doing an interview. But just on the off chance, did you have a trick on the ready, just in case we asked you?
Oh no! I thought it was radio. That'd be like doing.
It is.
Our trick is we're visual.
They did used to do ventriloquism over the radio.
You're right.
Magic.
And by the way, it was a huge hit at the time. Now, mind you, there was only so many ways people could consume that.
Right.
But so nothing at the ready is what you're saying.
No. But if we are visual, I will add that the promo people, I don't know, this is from the theater I'm performing at Saturday.
You can make a press packet appear?
Keswick Theater. No, they sent this, which I thought was super cool.
You can't see it if you're just listening. Michael just magically produced a Keswick t-shirt.
Ta-da.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
That is awesome.
They got this, that billboard is like the most. It's got this kind of logo that looks like the Keswick logo, and everything's called the Keswick. It's just Keswick, right?
I still say the Keswick.
I didn't know if they wanted me to wear this.
It does.
Now maybe they wanted me to wear it on your show.
You've ruined everything now.
And they knew. Yeah. Well, I will get used out of that for sure because I do wear t-shirts.
All
And
right.
stuff
All
like
right. Well,
Oh my God! He's wearing the T-shirt.
Oh my God! I've looked away. God damn it!
I threw it on the.
Damn it!
I threw it on the ground.
That's great.
Well, I noticed that.
You know what it is? It's probably.
There's this.
Oh my God, the tag's on it.
Wait a minute. And the tag is on it.
It has elasticine in it.
Oh, elasticine.
It must have bounced off the floor. So, for those of you who are...
this is going to be like the Zapruder film now. We're going to watch it over and over again.
Just listening, yes. The T-shirt has magically transformed onto Michael's body.
That's
I love
amazing.
this guy.
I do too. I do too. Well, listen, you can see Michael Carbonaro Saturday at 8 o'clock at Keswick Theater. Tickets available at keswicktheater.com. It is great to talk to you this morning, sir. And have a great show when you come here, okay?
Thank you. I can't wait.
Excellent. Thank you. Carbonaro. Let's hear Michael Carbonaro and the lies on stage. Did you know he was going to do that?
No, I had no clue.
And I looked down when the transfer happened. I didn't see it.
So when you looked, like I'm following you, and we're pretty much in sync. When you look down, I'm thinking, okay, are we wrapping up? And I looked over, so I missed it.
Oh, we got to play that back. Nick, can you back up the stream at all?
Sure.
All right. Yeah. I want to. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I have to see that because I looked down and I looked up. He was wearing a button-down polo or Oxford shirt, and he was showing us a T-shirt, and I was like, okay, well, that's a neat shirt. Okay, we're watching up on our monitor here as they're going to advance through to the moment. All right. There was him holding the shirt.
Right.
This will take just a moment, folks.
We have to do this.
To see this.
A president's life hangs in the balance.
So he's holding it up. He's talking about the shirt. He's gesturing to us, and he's going to throw it down. And then I guess all of a sudden it ends up. He bent down, and for a split second, he's
in a
gone,
nanosecond,
and
the
then
shirt's on.
It's on.
How the hell? How the hell did he do that?
I mean, I know how he did it.
You
but-
do?
Yeah.
He left the room, put on another shirt, and in that split second, his twin brother.
No,
said,
the one that he's wearing beforehand is just a
front
tearaway.
shirt.
It's just it's not real.
Yeah.
And he's got the shirt on underneath, and he bent down and ripped it off.
He literally stopped time.
He did. Maybe it was okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'm
He entered
overthinking
the
it.
Speed Force. Yeah.
Usually the simplest answer.
Yeah. All right.
Occam's razor.
Well, that's cool. That was a lot of fun.
I love magic. I love seeing that stuff. Shows like this are great. And, we talked about this before many times, Preston, about the people who are like, that's not real. Yeah, but the fact that you pull off this illusion is the cool part.
It's the skill.
It's the skill.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Because, like I was saying to him, if you want to learn how manipulation and all the things that you can do with cards and coins and stuff like that, I mean, you have to sit there for hours and hours and hours nonstop and just work on it over and over until you're absolutely going blind from staring at, these cards. And then you can eventually figure out how to do it if you have the dexterity to do it. It's incredible.
Comedian explaining the holding the card in the front of your hand. So you're holding the card and they flick your hand out and it disappears. So basically tucking the card around behind your hand. the amount of time it takes just to perfect that is ridiculous. So yeah.
I'm amazed at musicians who just, these people that, I can play, but there are people who have amazing ability. And there's a guy that I follow. He's a great drummer by the name of Tommy Igo. And all his life, it's all he's done every day, all the time, all day long. He is working on it. And that's why he's amazing.
That's why we're so flawless at radio.
There you go.
Because it's just, you never hear a mistake. You never hear a flub.
Never.
No extra syllables. Because we're professionals.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning to see you.
Yeah. All right, good morning to see you.
That's when you knew you had just said something dumb. But we've all been there. Good morning to see you.
Good morning to see you.
Michael Spinks looks at you like, this guy's a moron.
We're watching a video of Tommy Igo. Connor pulled this up. He's a guy I'd love to have on sometime. He's a character.
Let's get in touch with him.
And a half. He's amazing. He's just a ball of energy.
We'll get him and David Faustino on so Kathy can talk about
their favorite Kathy Romano
the interview
moments.
she completely forgot.
Can I do a couple of shout-outs since we have a moment or two, and then we're going to have to break because we do have another guest who's going to be joining us. But I got this from Ed Driscoll.
Ed!
And he said, I'd like to...
Ed! I know it. I see Ed Driscoll's name pop up all the time. I must follow him on Twitter or something.
I think you do. Yeah. So I'd like to request a combination Mother's Day anniversary shout-out for my wife, Patty Driscoll, on our anniversary Tuesday, May 16th.
Patty!
We've been married for 26 years, and she's the love of my life. Please give and he says here, this is a request, and I don't do these often, but please give a giant Josh Groban shout-out. She's actually a big Josh fan.
No, we don't do that.
There's supposed to be a shard in there, too.
I know. So I got to figure out. You
do you play the Shut the F Up as well?
I play the Shut the F
See,
Up.
this is like music. We're musicians here playing off of these sound effects.
Let me get this down. Let me do my paradiddle first. Here, one
Okay.
second. All right.
Yeah.
So
You raise me up. Shut the fuck up.
There it is.
There you go. Just have to figure it out.
We did that for
Like the
Ed
great minds.
and Patty.
It's like jazz.
I'm the Ella Fitzgerald of farts.
So
that's something to brag about.
All right, here's another one that says, good morning, Ip. My name is Mike.
She wishes she was.
Yeah, right. What a loser.
My name is Mike Kramer, and my birthday and my cousin.
Hi, Mike.
And my birthday's cousin, Glenn Wilson, are both in the month of May. And we'd like to hear a shout out anytime from the 16th to the end of the month. Thank you so much from 2 longtime listeners. So there's a shout out to you guys. And then a last one. It says, hey, Gadzooks, my brother, name is Jared Reinert, and I've been listening to you guys since the beginning. I'd like to get a double juicy shout-out for my wife, Kaylee, who's 30 on the 26th. My second-born daughter, Nora, will be 5 on the 24th of May, so I'm doing this a little early.
Yeah,
I
no, you got to do
apologize.
what you got to do.
You spoke out for my daughter when she was born. She was born with a heart condition and had 4 open-heart surgeries so far. And cerebral palsy. He said she's doing great now, living life the best that she can. She is the strongest little girl in the world, and we love her. And to my wife, Kaylee, you are my rock and the most amazing wife there is. Thank you for being the best mom to our 3 girls. Happy birthday to my ladies. That's from Jared Reinert.
I'm going to do a twofer.
So happy birthday to you guys, and thank you so much for listening. All right, let's take a break because we do have the Bizarre File coming up. We have Chef Jen Carroll, who we love as well, is going to be popping in here in a second. She's got some free food to tell you about in a little bit, so stay put. We'll return in just a moment or two.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Yeah, I want to have a little lower
I want to be sedate and a social outcast.
And I want to tell you guys something, and I don't mean to jump right to it, but I know how it works. You got to get funny quick. People, can I tell you something? Go off the top. When I come in here every time, how can I get people to come to my show? Not like in a begging way. Look, you go to Netflix. If you think I'm funny, if you're not familiar with me. Also, by the way, tonight I will be on Jimmy Kimmel. We already recorded it, but we did it from his club in Las Vegas. And it's with the whole band, and it's the most different stand-up set I've ever done, seriously, in my career on late-night television.
You've been calling this the event of a lifetime.
I have.
Yes.
There you go. It's what it says.
Yeah,
that's
the
the name of my
event
tour.
of a lifetime, and that's saying a lot.
And I have the whole band with me on the show. So I've never done a late-night set with the whole band.
Yeah.
So they're all there. John over here, he is the keyboard guy in the band.
And he's currently he blew right through his bag.
Wait.
Look at that.
Seriously,
his
bag's
bag is
almost
empty.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know,
What is it about a keyboard player that has them suck up their juice quicker?
Is he in your
Steve
Netflix?
is, by the way, Steve, you got 3 cackles out of me this morning. And it's like not the most appealing thing about yourself because you think that's who you really are. In the other room, you said something, I went, I'm like, I guess that's how I laugh when I don't have time to do the fake laugh. Like, you know.
Is John in your Netflix special?
No, John is not.
Okay,
John in that Netflix
When are you going to
special.
film your Netflix special?
Well, I'm getting close. I'm getting close to film the one that aired already.
I love the last one, by the way.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is when you come to my live show, I seriously take responsibility for and the minute you get in there, I want it to be an experience. When you're buying your ticket, what it's like, the music you're listening to in the bar before you go into the showroom, what you hear when you leave the showroom. So and then the band as people are being sat. So I really care about the show. So if that's any reason, because people spend money they don't have. Sometimes they spend money they don't have. They park, babysitters, everything ends up costing. And as I do comedy longer, I try to remember that. I've made mistakes in the past when you didn't give it your best. So now,
put your hand down so that you drain quicker.
Yeah,
Hey, by the
Christy
way,
just reached over to calm Todd down for a moment while he's streaming done. So,
your Netflix special is really, really great. Very, very meticulous. And I know all stand-up comedians or most successful stand-up comedians really, every single beat is rehearsed and practiced. And with the band, you take it to a whole new level. Now, I had also heard when you talk about the experience for the fan, for the people that are spending money to go to your show, that I heard that you, even with the green room, you will go in and you'll spend money and you'll decorate the green room just to sort of make sure that it's
it gets sometimes that stuff, and I don't know if it's my own insecurities. It gets exaggerated, but basically what I've done is you're in a green room. It's really bright.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lamp. Most clubs, if they figured out after years, if you're people are going to be hanging in here, that is not conducive to hanging out.
You want mood lighting.
So at Target, you buy a lamp and you leave it.
Right.
You leave it for the club. You're like, there you go. And now hopefully every comedian uses it.
I hear
stuff like
it's
that.
about presentation. I agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah.
So you're very proud of this. I have to ask you because on your Twitter page you have all these animations, all these cartoons to promoting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Is there the chance that we're going to see a Todd Glass animated series or
no? But it's fun. They Josh would take these. They were called mashups. They would take literally you talking about a sketch and turn it into a sketch. It was really a cool way to do it.
They're well done.
Yeah, because you're just talking it. Like sometimes you'll talk a sketch. You'll be like, yeah, what if this? And they would take it to life. And they ended up on the internet.
They're very funny. They're bits of your routines and stuff, and they're animated and it's the animation's top level.
And did I ever tell you that speaking of animation? Speaking of that, speaking of other things, this happens, a little turnaround, you put it all in a bowl. Next thing you know, who's to say you can't talk about the frame situation that happened before? So,
you have a personal experience?
You never know the way it turns around conversation.
Best segue I've ever.
But seriously, was Dunkirk necessary?
Put it in a bowl, spin it around.
I brought my dad. I don't mean to, but by the way, my dad did pass away. That is the truth.
Yes.
But I brought him to after he passed away, I dragged him to a frame shop. And I told them, this is a true story. That's why I was wanting to get in here.
Yeah.
How important it was to me. I said, I said, this is my dad. He's dead. And I want to have him framed. And I go back next week.
Oh, no.
He's not there. And the shirt is framed. I go, what are you doing, my dad?
There was a body.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that pisses you off. You tell me you didn't pay.
Can I add my serious thoughts to that for whatever it's worth?
Serious
that wasn't my
thoughts?
serious.
Wait, that didn't happen?
That wasn't my serious. Is that I know from knowing this happened once with somebody's pictures after a wedding.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but the most empathy that it is met with, the easier it makes for you to try to go. Like if it's like I think what happens. Let's say it's a picture of your grandmother, whatever it is. Yeah. what would you have wanted your grandmother to do in that situation? Like, to be nice to this person, to be like, she'd probably want it to be the best scenario in the world. So if someone meets it with knowing how important it is, like to just go, they look genuinely crushed. To me, it would make it easier to go, look, people make mistakes, even on these big things, and try to meet it with, it sucks, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, like but it helps when it's met with empathy. And I know someone that dealt with it once with pictures. It wasn't met. It was met with just like matter-of-factness. Like, yeah, sometimes that happens. It's like, oh, I think this person needs more than that right now.
Yeah. Would you freak out?
Would you? I would try to. I really would. Hopefully, try to go to the best place I could be and go, I could do this. This is that person. I know it sounds a little cheesy. It's basically me. Like, could you say, could have that happened to you? Yeah, I could have done a stupid thing.
I mean, they lost a body on you. I mean, that's
no.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
deceased dad.
I mean, does the shirt at least still smell like him, or
a little bit?
Why have we as a society not ever entertained the notion of taxidermy when it comes to loved ones?
You know, I heard it's illegal. I asked somebody once, like 10 years ago, and it's illegal.
I've only seen it in foreign countries where they've done stuff like that.
No.
Yeah, it does, you don't look healthy.
Not
by the way.
taxidermy. They bury it.
It depends on what place you bring it to. I know
Maybe
a guy.
I can get it next time I come in here. Could you get a taxidermist that does people? I want to start talking to him on your show, and then I want to be left here in the Preston and Steve studio. If I die and you're still doing the show, I want to sit over in the corner with a drip bag from City Hydration.
Yep.
Can I tell you something that I noticed? Now, do you want it to be about what we're talking about right now, or just to be something completely
Can I get serious?
different?
Whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever you want.
let's get serious.
Well, I think it's great. People that there's a name for these people, and they're called 2 minute. They want to tell you how close to where they live is to something, and it really is a thing. These people that go like, "Oh, where I live in 2 minutes. I'm in Gulf Mills in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I get to the Tony to my bridge 8 minutes. 8 minutes I get there. John, fill it in the background real much. 2 minutes.
I go 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I get down there. 17 minutes. I'm in Cherry Hill. 17 minutes. I get to Cherry Hill. 14. I get 2 hours. 2 hours. I get in my car to Florida on a plane. I get on 16 minutes. I'm in Pennsauken. I'm in Pennsauken in 16 minutes, and that's door to door. I can get on a jitney, get to Wildwood, New Jersey, 1 hour and 7 minutes. There you go.
Wow. It's true, though. There are people who do that.
Wow, the bag's working.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll tell you what. Side note, it's about 20 minutes to City Hydration from here.
Picture that bit.
Dude, listen, my dad was amazing at that. So my dad drove a truck for a living. He would say, "I'll be home in 7 minutes." He was home in 7 minutes. I mean, and it was never like
he would just sit outside with the truck on.
No, usually.
God damn it! I made it in 4 minutes.
Usually, people round it to the nearest 5 minute, right? So it's like, oh, I'll be there in a half hour. I'll be there in 25 minutes. My dad would be like, all right, I'll be there in 16 minutes, and it was always.
And they drive reckless back then. If your dad wanted to be right on time, he'd kill the whole family. No, it's 8 minutes away. Turning hard corners. But I do want to say this.
Please. Okay.
I got nothing.
No.
Hey, how's the podcast going?
My podcast got canceled. Thank you. I asked you not to bring it up when I got it before when I saw you in the hallway. The podcast is going great.
I'm a fan.
Is going great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, you're all right. I'll tell you.
I'm getting my B12 bag.
See the bit you just 2 minutes, 4 minutes, just John filling in. Imagine that, but with 5 band members doing that. It's overwhelming.
You have a 5-piece band?
I'll have 3 instruments and sometimes 2 fillers, like just bongos and a tambourine, because for the bits. Like
he has 3 guys, but some of the guys have 2 instruments, Preston.
Thank you, bro.
Who lives the closest to you? How many minutes away?
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
He's doing a recall.
Todd, with the band, and I mean this is a total compliment, it's obviously rehearsed, but it seems like it's improv.
Do you know what? Can I tell you something?
Please.
I hope this is interesting to talk about on the radio, but people will know when they go see it. A lot of it isn't. Once, especially with John Brand Wagner, when he's with me, if he knows how to do it. Like you can ad lib more than you think.
That's great.
And they off the cuff. Just it's whenever I call on them, they're always there for whatever bit. It is a lot of fun having the band on the road. I feel like it's getting to do the best sketch.
Is this what you've always sort of dreamed about?
Yes,
having this
yeah, it's
vibe
great.
where you have sort of a traveling review or like a troupe of
just stand up with a band.
Yeah.
It's like you get to play and it's fun. But anyway,
How much more expensive is this? You got these guys got to stay somewhere. They got to eat. You got to pay them.
You use a local. What I've learned, if John is
There are
just
hostels
one person,
all over the country.
He'll round up other musicians.
Use a local drummer. You can always teach 2-3 local people, and so you're just bringing one person with you.
Should ask me, dude. I would have accompanied.
Do you know that Preston is Preston? We kid you not. Preston is a sensational drummer.
Well, but would you have wanted to do 6 shows?
Not at all.
Hell no.
Right.
No. I would have done one of them though.
Well, you know what? You still can.
I got a gig on Friday night already, but yeah, maybe we can fit that in. We'll talk.
Well, listen, here's what I'd like to do. You'll do the Saturday. Oh, Freddie, I locked you. Saturday, you'll do both shows. I won't have it any other way. I'm 2 minutes from there, 6 minutes from there, sure.
How is Kimmel's? Are you doing it on the Kimmel set? You said you're at his club in Vegas.
Yeah, we shot it already.
And Jimmy is from Vegas and has always wanted to have a comedy club, and we hear nothing but great things about it.
Yeah, they did it. They did it really nice. Mostly what the showroom is very important, but also what is even more important is the green room. And he did the green room on his comedy club like it's at his show. Like his show is, there's nothing else like it. Like and I've been to like not perform. I haven't performed on the Tonight Show with Johnny, but I went to see someone that went and was there when Jay was there, and been to a lot of green rooms over the years. But Kimmel's is just this like own thing, and it's gigantic, and there's like food everywhere, and there's pool tables, and it's just a really fun green room.
Water served in glass pitchers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, he loves comedians. He loves you. How long have you known him?
You know what? I know him, but don't know him. It's really weird. Like you know someone, but you don't know them. You don't see him that often, but you feel.
Did you find out he was a fan or what?
No, I knew him. I when Sarah dated him, she would tell him he got it on the show. But
WMMR.
Turn my mic off there for a second. All right, hang on. We're going to do the B file, and then we have a guest who is here in our studio. So let's do this now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Red Robin, moms, dads, and grads. You can give the gift of yum by buying a $25 Red Robin gift card. Now through June 18th, you get a $5 bonus buck reward for you, redeemable June 19th through August 13th. All right, university professor broke a record for the longest time living underwater without depressurization this weekend at Florida Keys Lodge for scuba divers.
He's probably trying to get people. Guess what I did? Yeah, it's great.
Joseph Tuturi, 74th day residing in Jules Undersea Lodge.
Yeah. Okay. My cousin's.
It's a hotel, is it not?
Yeah, they scuba dove there. The Jules Verne Lodge. That's cool.
So wait a second. I'm sorry to jump in here, Preston, but so you scuba divers are the only way to gain access to this lodge?
I don't know how you gain access to it. I don't know if you have to scuba dive into it, but you scuba dive out of it.
Wow.
It's situated at the bottom of a 30-foot deep lagoon in Key Largo. Wasn't much different from his previous days there since he submerged March 1st. He also goes by the moniker Dr. Deep Sea. He ate a protein-heavy meal of eggs and salmon prepared using a microwave, exercised with resistance bands, did his daily push-ups, and took an hour-long nap. That was yesterday. Unlike a submarine, the lodge does not use technology to adjust for the increased underwater pressure. The previous record of 73 days, 2 hours, and 34 minutes was set by Tennessee professor Bruce Cantrell and Jessica Fain, the same location in 2014.
Man, that must have stunk.
But Deturi isn't just settling for the record and resurfacing. He plans to stay at the lodge until June 9th, when he reaches 100 days and completes an underwater mission dubbed Project Neptune 100.
I would say, well, what does his girlfriend think? But yeah, I think we all know.
The mission combines medical and ocean research along with educational outreach and was organized by the Marine Resource Development Foundation. His research includes daily experiments in physiology to monitor how the human body responds to long-term exposure to extreme pressure.
He's doing some aggressive experimenting on self-pleasuring, Preston.
I can imagine. Officials from the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks came across a fishy situation last Friday after finding A firearm allegedly being used to fish. And the game warden seized a 9mm handgun that was being used to take fish in Garden City. The warden said that written violations were issued for illegal means of take of fish and no fishing license. And it also reminded Kansans in this post, firearms are not a legal means to take fish.
So they were literally shooting at fish?
Yeah. While firearms can't be used to fish in Kansas, it is, however, legal to fish with a bow and arrow.
School of fish.
Or a crossbow. The wardens added that the non-sport fish may be taken only with fishing pole and line, trot line, set lines, gig, crossbow or bow, an arrow with a line attached.
I had a fishing bow once. It was pretty cool.
And they called non-sport fish, including carp, drum, grass carp, threadfin, and gizzard shad.
Gizzard shad.
Goldfish, gar, suckers, eel, shovel-nosed sturgeon, goldeye, and bowfin. In addition to being illegal,
those are the original pips.
Using guns to shoot fish can be dangerous. According to the game wardens, they wrote that shooting into a body of water can be a dangerous activity because bullets can ricochet off the surface of the water. So stop shooting fish in Kansas, folks. A Maryland man was arrested after allegedly stealing a 5-ton military vehicle and leading police on a chase on Friday night.
What kind of military vehicle?
The Hartford County Sheriff's Office said that Michael D. Stevens II stole a privately owned 1986 923A 5-ton military vehicle from a residence in Bel Air, Maryland.
What's it going to take to put you in this?
Deputies responded to the scene on Friday. The vehicle was later seen in Bel Air and reportedly entered onto Interstate 95.
Wow.
It could have come up here. Deputies from the Special Operations Division of the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement agencies began pursuing the vehicle down the interstate. Authorities deployed multiple stop sticks, but that could not disable the vehicle.
Oh, okay. So this is like a classic transport vehicle, like a for military or supplies or something?
During the chase, the suspect crashed into several other vehicles. No injuries were reported. Eventually, the vehicle came to a stop after arriving in Baltimore, more than 20 miles from Bel Air.
Well, I'm here.
And then police say the suspect left the vehicle and fled on foot, but deputies were able to safely apprehend him and bring him to the county detention center.
If you're going to steal something, you steal a tank.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
A woman who told authorities she was kidnapped Friday morning at a convenience store in southeast Washington and kept naked for hours in the cab of a U-Haul truck was rescued later that night after a police pursuit in Maryland. Police said in a statement the troopers arrested Dennis Bell and charged him with more than a dozen criminal offenses. Authorities said Bell, who police said also faces 19 traffic-related charges, was being detained in jail. Police said the victim, who was not identified, was taken to a hospital for medical treatment. Police allege that Bell stabbed the woman in the fingers.
Oh, my God.
With a pocket knife. The incident began Friday morning at a convenience store. Police said the woman told them that Bell pushed her into a U-Haul and threatened her life if she did not comply with his demands. Police said Bell drove the truck all day with the woman sitting on the floor at the front seat. She told police Bell removed her clothing. She told police that she did not know where she was throughout the ordeal.
This is a very bizarre story.
Yeah, at about 9:45, state police said motorists reported a U-Haul truck driving erratically and striking parked vehicles. Troopers located the truck, began a pursuit, and he refused to pull over. The chase ended eventually when the U-Haul got stuck in a ditch.
So the guy forced her into a U-Haul using a pocket knife?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah. Police said Bell refused to get out of the vehicle, and troopers got in through a passenger side window.
Boy, the folks at U-Haul are going to be pissed.
Found the victim and arrested Bell. All right, and then the last story is because of our next guest here.
Mm-hmm.
A Nigerian chef on Monday continued her quest to set a new global record for the longest hours of nonstop cooking as she cooked for nearly 100 hours.
Wow.
Surpassing the current record. Hilda Bacci has been cooking since last week, Thursday, when she set out the Guinness World Record of 87 hours and 45 minutes set in 2019 by Alata Tundon, an Indian chef. By 3 o'clock on Monday, she had cooked for more than 97 hours in the Nekki area of Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub, to become a national sensation in the West African nation. Many on the scene and online cheered her on to reach the 100-hour mark. No one from Guinness World Records was present at the scene.
Isn't that part of the deal?
But the organization tweeted that it was aware of the chef's attempt to break the cooking record, and they said, we need to review all the evidence first before officially confirming the record. By attempting to beat the record, the Nigerian chef said Thursday that she wanted to show how hardworking and determined Nigerian youths are and also as a campaign for young African women who are sidelined in society.
I'm surprised you haven't gone after that record, Kathy. Cooking. 'Cause you're just always in the kitchen.
She only had 5-minute breaks every hour for almost 100 hours.
Well, then she cheated.
Yeah. How long do you actually think you can stay awake and remain functional?
And by the way, Casey, you're by heating elements and over frying pans and things like that?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, 24 hours maybe.
Right.
And then I just start forget it.
Loopy.
Well, if you're going to make like a 24-hour steak or something.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of food, our next guest is here to talk about food. In fact, there's an event. It's called Winner Chicken Dinner.
Love it.
And it's coming up Thursday and Friday. We'll tell you where and what time and all that good stuff. But first, we would like to welcome our friend, Chef Jen Carroll. Hey. Is with us this morning.
Perfect music.
Nice to see you, Jen. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Our pleasure. So Winner Chicken Dinner.
Yes.
Nice name, cute. And this is a pop-up, right?
This is a pop-up. I'm working with FanDuel Casino, which I'm super excited about. And it is all about their new campaign, which is winning is undefeated. And so if you come out to the pop-up on Thursday and Friday between 11:30 and 7:30, you can get a free chicken sandwich from me.
Okay.
Free.
Free is amazing, but it's your special concoction, correct?
That is correct. So,
and you're no, loser when it comes to this department. This is what you excel in.
This is what I excel in. Maybe not 100 hours worth with standing every day cooking, but yeah. So they're launching in Philadelphia, and they're launching in Philadelphia because we're such an awesome food town. And they came to me and said, "What can you make with fried chicken, with a chicken dinner?" And I'm like, well, we're in Philly. I got to make a sandwich, right? So I took like the iconic flavors of a cheesesteak, and we're doing Cooper Sharp cheese. We're doing onions. We're doing a chicken cutlet, so a boneless, skinless chicken thigh. I'm pounding out, making it really big, and coating it in panko, so it's super crispy. And then we're dipping it in a roasted garlic and long hot oil and putting it on an Amoroso roll. And a local favorite, Fishtown pickles, is going to be on it.
Yes.
Preston's like
I know.
the Pope over there.
Love Fishtown pickles.
I knew that would get you excited. I knew it. Yeah, the pickles just like set everything off. So
awesome.
That sounds fantastic.
It's so good.
And those are for free?
Those are for free. If you're 21 or over, you have to have the app on your phone.
Okay.
So you can either have it beforehand or download it while you're there, and you get the chicken sandwich. And besides the chicken sandwich, you also become part of this campaign, this promotion, the Winner Chicken Dinner, where you have a chance to win $5,000 every single Friday for the promotion period, which I believe is from May 18th to August 3rd.
So let me ask you: Is the end game here for the sandwich to achieve a menu slot at a restaurant? One of where? Don't tell me it will end with this because it sounds too good.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to think about opening a chicken spot here in Philly. Well,
that's what I was sort of intimating, but I realized I might be tipping a hand early. So,
Jenna, I like to cook, and I'm glad that you came in and we're talking chicken for a moment because we had Mother's Day, obviously, the other day, and when cooking a special meal, automatically, people think turkey, big, large, it's a big bird, everything. I would like to contest. So I made I roasted a nice 7-pound fryer.
Right.
And I think that even that's a special meal at home. When you do a full bird like that, I put some carrots and parsnips and onions underneath it and rubbed it and all this stuff. And I don't do that often enough. I want to make more whole chickens. I think that's a special meal in and of itself.
Whole chicken is awesome. And when you cut it and you present it at the table, it's special. It comes out and everyone's like, oh, wow, what is this? And everyone gets a piece and it's convivial and it's shareable. And you're just excited when you see a whole animal or a whole fish come out, or like a big side of beef or something like that, the tomahawk. It's impressive. And you're like, wow. And I think a whole chicken definitely gives you that feeling.
Yeah. I've never tackled the tomahawk thing before. That would be.
Oh, you should do it.
Really?
Yeah, do
Those
it.
are expensive, man.
How
But
expensive?
it's for several people.
Yeah, but I'm like, it feeds a lot of people.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never priced them because I always walk by.
You
and
have to
I'm like,
make sure that it either fits on your grill or in your oven.
Right.
Because a lot of times you'll bring it home and be like, oh.
Yeah.
Do you eat the handle and the blade, or do you just?
No, it's a piece of meat.
Oh,
but it's a large.
That makes more sense.
It's a rib,
Yeah, yeah.
right? It's a rib bone that's on it. Yeah,
exactly.
Which is huge, man.
Because I thought, wow, that is a you got to tenderize that. So yeah, well, it sounds delicious, and you got to lay in a lot of supplies for this if you're giving away free sandwiches, right?
So, what did you say? Do we have to what?
Lay in a lot of supplies for you giving away free sandwiches. How I'm going to anticipate a good turnout.
Well, we're hoping to have the line around the block and to have, we have a whole team that's going to be there cooking with me and handing them out and ready to go. So I would come early, because if we sell out that day,
That's
we
it?
sell out.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That's
So,
why I want to get out there. But
11:30. Come.
Don't be relaxed. Don't think you can come in at the last minute. They're going to sell out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Hey, be given away.
Jen, can you tell us about Carroll Couture Cuisine?
Yeah, so Carroll Couture Cuisine is my experience company where I do classes, private dinners, both in my studio in Fishtown and off-site, and I do experiences. I do, anything from TV shows to speaking panels, keynotes, and anything at all that a client would want. I do fun experiences.
So are the classes, to order, or do you have a schedule and people can come and sign up? How does that work?
So I do one class every month, and then I have that out to the public. And then if a client wants a private class, we work on them with whatever date that they like, and we come to make sure that the date works for everybody, and I make it custom to them.
That's awesome.
Where's your monthly class held?
So the monthly class is streamed, and you can find that through my Instagram at Chef Jen Carroll. You'll see everything that I do there. And then I also have a subscription plan on Patreon that I put out recipes constantly. I do more classes through that. I have my Spice Club through there. So there's lots of things that are going on in my life, but you can find everything out about me if you just go to Chef Jen Carroll on Instagram and click that link in my bio, and you'll see everything you need to know.
It's cool to do that over the video stuff.
Yeah.
People in their own kitchen, you let them know what supplies they're going to need, stuff like that, right?
Right.
So you get that in place. You're there. And it works. I mean, Wolfgang Puck taught me how to make eggs Benedict.
Yeah.
I watched a YouTube video. So
exactly.
Yeah, it does work. That's great.
The streaming, is that interactive? Can people, ask you questions while they're doing that?
The streaming, you can ask questions. I can pull you up on screen if you want to be live on screen with me. So all depending on how either I'm doing it that day and what you want to do. If some people don't want to come up on camera, some people are really excited to come up on camera, and you can ask any question you want. Sometimes I get questions about what I'm cooking, and sometimes they're like, Jen, tell me a little bit about when you got kicked off a Top Chef. And I'm like,
tell us about that.
I'm like, well, let's get back to cooking, everybody.
Enough of that.
So with the warmer weather, people are starting to grill outside, cook outside.
Yes.
Some people have outdoor kitchens and things like that. Do you have anything that sounds like it might be fun to tackle this summer as far as cooking outdoors goes?
Yeah, so with my Spice Club that I do, I have a barbacoa spice that's coming up in the next month. So if you want that spice, along with that spice, you'll get different recipes and you get a class with it.
Oh.
So if you join the Spice Club, then you get that and you will be able to learn how to do barbacoa.
You gave us a spice last time you were here that made my this is the life that I'm living. My spice cabinet smelled fantastic. but
I love it.
Yes, so what a loose cannon I am.
What was that again?
It was the Burberry spice.
That's it.
It was the Burberry spice.
It's really good. Yeah.
It's so good. We just did Ramp Ranch, which was special, and people went wild about. So yeah, we do a new spice every month. It's really
did what
exciting.
that they went wild about?
Ramp Ranch.
What the hell is that? Ramp Ranch?
Ramp Ranch. So,
What is that?
So, all right, everybody loves ranch sauce. So, ramps are only out in the springtime for, a certain amount of time for a couple of weeks. So, we went out and foraged them.
Wait,
and
ramps?
It's ramps. They're like a wild spring onion.
I've never heard of them.
Neither have I.
Oh, chefs go insane about them. They're on every single menu across everywhere for
a brief
3
period.
weeks. Yeah.
Okay.
So we went out, foraged them, dehydrated them, and made it into our own spice, and it's awesome. Yeah,
And that's available.
It's I'm like until the end of May, you can still get that spice. So.
Wow.
So you can still join up for the Spice Club and get it.
I love this stuff. Like we said many times before, you guys are like you guys are have become rock stars in your own basic way because it's a foodie town and it's such a big thing and many towns I believe we're starting to get the credit that Philadelphia deserves. But
Yes.
I think that the celebrity chef is now to another level than than even early on when we thought, okay, we've clearly reached the pinnacle. No, there's a whole bunch more.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's also why FanDuel Casino came here to Philadelphia to launch this. There's 5 different states that the promo is live in, which is New Jersey, West Virginia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut. And
all separate chefs or all your sandwich?
so they're only doing this pop-up here in Philadelphia because Philly's such an awesome foodie town. So that's why we got the launch. Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so the details again, and when and where, and how do you get your free chicken sandwich?
Okay, so the details are it is on 2nd and Market Street in Old City from 11:30 to 7:30 p.m., both on Thursday and Friday this week. That is May 17th and 18th.
Nice.
Correct? Or is it 18th and 19th?
18th and 19th.
18th and 19th. Thank you. And so come out, download the app, and get a free
Yeah,
sandwich.
it says anyone 21 and over that has a FanDuel casino account or signs up for one at the pop-up gets to taste the chicken on
Yes,
site.
and I have to say that they are, in honor of the promo, they're donating to my foundation, the Sisterly Love Collective, which is all about empowering women, food, and restaurateurs here in the city. So it is like an awesome win for me already that they're giving back to Sisterly Love.
Excellent.
Wonderful. All right, and it's looking like weather's going to be awesome.
There you
go.
That's perfect. You're all set for that.
Yes, so come get your chicken sandwich. It's
All right.
worth it.
We have this posted on our website on WMMR.com. Yes, and PrestonandSteve.com. You can definitely do that. Excellent. Well, thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Great to see you.
You guys should all come by because it'll be
Yes.
lunchtime. So when you get done,
Damn
come by
right.
and get-
Tear right
You
over.
can cut the line, all right?
Oh,
So
right.
you know somebody.
2nd and Market, Thursday and Friday, 11:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. You can stop by and get your winner chicken dinner. Thank you, Chef Jen Carroll.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, let's hear for Jen, guys. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a sec. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Sarah used to sleep on our sofa. I used to live with a guy named Dave Rath. He's a manager. And then Sarah would come in from New York and she would sleep on our sofa. And I always thought she was so cool. I don't know why. But
She's been great, and we know that she's part of the reason you're here on this planet today, right?
You're right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Well, really, she's probably the reason I almost died because she was the one telling people I was okay. She was going, no, he's just high, he's fine. Jeff Ross is the
Jeff
reason
Ross.
that I
By the way, along the lines of the people who always say how far away they live from things, how many minutes, there are also people who say who slept on their sofa, too.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Preston, about 5 years ago, can I tell the story?
Please. I'm okay with it. It's
bumped
been a
into
while.
him in the hallway. I was going around the corner, and I bumped into him in the hallway. And that was it. I said, I'm sorry. I thought I was very, I wasn't like a jerk. He goes, one day, he goes, I don't care if it's 5 years. You're going to say something, then I'm going to call it back, and I'm going to put it right in your face. And that's exactly, I guess, and I thought he forgot about it.
He never forgets.
I thought that he let it.
never
Do you
forgets.
think I'm performing good today? Do you think the people listening? 'Cause I said I'm going with my A game. What's it say at
Well,
the
by
top
the
of
way-
those notes?
2 minutes from 8 minutes. Oh, no, wait.
Preston and Steve.
Frame Dad's body. Oh,
Well,
Preston and
Preston
Steve.
and
I'm
Steve.
sorry.
A friend of mine, he told his wife, he saw how affectionate his wife was with the dog.
Okay.
So he just said, maybe half kidding, he goes, why don't you treat me more like the dog? So, and now every time he poops in the house, his wife squirts him with a water pistol. Which, by the way, is a humane way. I told somebody that story, and they go, does that work? I go, well, I think I heard it was a physical way to maybe train your dog if it's barking or something. I think I saw it on a show, which I like anything that creates non-physical for anything, human or dog or anything. I thought to squirt the water pistol. But let's say you have a dog, I thought of after I heard the water pistol thing.
Right.
The water pistol's not working. I mean, okay, you got to stop at one point. You can't have, like, if he's really a bad dog, you get, like, a fire hose. You're, like, just right over to the neighbor's yard. Sure. Oh, you act like you're trying to go, no, let me just squirt him a little bit. You open up that hose. The dog, right over to the neighbor's yard. You go, oh, I tried to just use the water to teach him, but he was
a bad dog.
I think he's somewhere. I can't see him. He's on a farm. We used to get rid of, like, not so many, but once in a while we'd have a dog growing up. You know, when you try to fix the story as you're telling it?
Yeah. We get rid of so many pets.
I don't want to make it look like out of proportion, but over the years, it probably 3 stories. And me and my brothers didn't honestly figure it out till we were older. I didn't even know it was a thing. We had a dog, and it would always go to a farm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
But
the farm
everybody,
is a
the farm
thing.
is put to sleep.
Yep, the dog, they put the dog down. They didn't want to break it to the kids.
No, there's a farm out there that's got a ton of dead dogs.
I think it's a...
just to kill it.
I think a lot of times it's not always a parent that was doing anything wrong. The dog, they could have realized the dog was aggressive and not
Or a
able
dog,
to be...
or for a kid, or the dog just gets sick and it's in pain or whatever. It has to be put down. It's easier to lie to your child.
Right.
Yeah.
He's, you know, because when I first saw these 2 dogs in the park, I remember. I just realized I can't tell this joke.
You did?
And you're.
Well,
I'll tell you what it is.
Try it.
When we get to the part that is the part I can't do, you're going to go, why would you even have thought you could ever?
Well, we egged you on, so we'll take the blame for it.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That when I saw these, but this is a true story. It's a true story. Why would I make it up? True story. When I was younger, I saw 2 dogs in the park, and they were going at it, humping each other.
Yeah. Right.
And I asked my dad what they were doing, and he said, because he didn't know how to deal with stuff, and he just said, he goes, I remember, like, he said they're playing a game.
Yeah.
So I was like, I just asked him, I go, like, I took a beat, like a little kid will, and I go, what's the game? And he said, it's effing. It's called, he said it. Yeah.
Did you watch the Golden Globes by any chance?
No, I did not.
Oh, because Ricky Gervais, he did a little bit of a monologue, and he had gotten to a joke where, we'll get you a water. And he had gotten to a joke where...
Just top off his bag.
That's so weird that you need water, but you've got the saline going through your body there.
Did you hear what they said from
No,
City
I wasn't paying
Hydration?
attention.
So cleanly and brilliantly, she explained the difference between water that would make you thirsty and the hydration that would make you feel... like I do right now. I feel like, can I tell you right now? I could bend steel. And I'm not thinking just, I'm not just thinking maybe I, thank you very much.
All right,
thank you, Marissa.
Have you ever been on stage and you thought better of a joke that you were about to tell and had to hang a 180 away from it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what, sometimes, you know what it will be? I'll be doing an old joke that I didn't realize, just don't. I have a different relationship with what I say that comes out of my mouth. So I'll be like, I'll think of an old joke, but then halfway through I go, oh, that's not nice.
Right.
And I just want to stop. I'll just go, you know what? I don't need that joke anymore. I had a series called, if you see a sign that says don't do it, it means somebody did it.
Yes.
Okay. It's true. Because, they don't just put, if it says, I don't have to repeat the bit, but I will do one example from the old pile of part of this joke. For instance, if you see a sign that says no diving in the jacuzzi. Yeah, somebody dove into a jacuzzi, which, think about that, that's crazy. A moron. Yeah. A moron. And I don't like to call people morons because if I'm so smart, why shouldn't I be so smart to just talk about people kinder? But I don't know the word for it. And by the way, I hope this guy probably had a dad. You have children. You have people that love you.
Yeah.
Who are you to go, hey, I'm going to go dive into that jacuzzi? Yeah. So maybe you're better off.
Did you work at Dairy Queen?
I did work at a Dairy Queen, not to brag. But so when you talk about signs that, if there's a sign, I'm going to make full circle. Everyone's going to be proud of me. It's okay to get a little lost, but you got to deliver.
No.
So here's the point.
Yeah.
Right. So the ice cream place, it says 3 sample limit. It doesn't say 4. It said 3 sample limit. And I thought about something. That tells a story. That tells 3 sample limit. You know what that story tells me? Look, lunatics come in different forms.
Yeah.
So when I use the word lunatic, people might go, lunatic? Yeah, that means a lunatic. Anybody that would go get 3 samples is a lunatic. Look, you certainly have problem with boundaries. If you're going to go, can I taste one? Can I get another? Can I get a third? Is there any stopping you? So that's what I think. That four
is enough.
3 sample
I
limit.
think 3's too much.
I agree. Matter of fact, if I'm with people, 1, I'm okay with. You have to realize that not everyone's like you. People have a right to go get a sample of ice cream, Todd, even if it's something you're insecure about it. I say no sample. None.
Do you
None.
ever sample deli meat? I've seen people do that. Can I have a slice of that?
Oh, yeah. I've done that. I've tried cheese.
Right. So you can do that
like that.
occasionally, same thing.
Yeah.
You don't do 4
Yeah.
or 5 different types of.
I trust the relationship where I'm getting it, but in the right situation, definitely. In that situation, I could lie and go, no, I don't do it there either because I seem like a hypocrite. There's something different about the ice cream.
But they have the little spoons. That's
Yeah,
what it's for.
You're one of those, aren't you?
What about?
Yeah.
You're trying to gain the system, and so my kids are big. They love to do the free samples. I'll give them 1, and that is it. And it's only because they haven't been on the planet that long, so they haven't tried. If you're a 40-year-old man and you don't know what rum raisin tastes like you know.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
And if it's at the yogurt place where you do it yourself in a little cup, all right, you're not. That's fine. Go over in the corner, have a ball. But where they have to scoop it for you. So I have a different standard for if you're doing it yourself at least because it's not making someone else do it.
Sure.
And for kids, of course, it should. Yeah, whatever a kid wants to do.
They're our future.
Yeah.
You got to teach them well, Steve, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I disagree wholeheartedly. I think that you can sometimes be in between flavors, or maybe there's one you've never tried before. Or I say that not every rum raisin is the same, sir.
Okay.
There are a lot of places that make their own ice creams, and I would like to try that.
Preston's dessert of choice is ice cream.
Sometimes you look at rum raisin, it is a very clear, milky white look. Other times it's kind of brownish. I wonder how that one tastes as opposed to the other
I'm
one.
gonna not to be a wishy-washy with my opinion, but to prove that I could change my opinion, I'm changing my stance. I'm gonna say
4 samples.
It's a lot of it's just with the demeanor, and you're matter of fact about it.
Yes.
Hey, could I try talk to the person? You don't have to go. You don't have to make.
I hate to be in imposition.
Yeah.
I'm a little wishy-washy here.
Yeah.
I just had an IV bag.
You're right. Not all are the same. So I guess really. It's a case-by-case situation. So Casey was wrong, and
right.
what you said to especially Preston was disrespectful.
I apologize.
And I'm, as a fan of the show and honored to be here, I'm not trying to kiss anybody's tuchus. I thought you were way out of line.
I was way out of line. What are your thoughts on free samples? Because you see it at the fudge kitchen,
The mall.
Yeah,
Costco, you can go around and spend an hour trying the sample.
Costco, I got in trouble at Costco. That's when I realized the world people are crazy.
Yeah.
I had a
World War II wasn't an indicator.
Well, that's like, and by the way, this does make sense. Please remind me to get back to what I did at Costco.
Okay,
but it does have to do with, you said
World War II?
Nazis?
Yeah, the.
What did you do at Costco?
Okay. World War II.
World War II.
Hitler.
Ice cream samples.
Someone told me that Hitler. This is a true story. They told me this. Whether
Yes.
it's true or not,
Right.
it's true. I don't know.
Okay.
But they said Hitler ate a piece of cake every day. Isn't that crazy? I told my friend, I don't think it's the craziest thing about him.
Brought to you by Patient Waiting Your Arrival in North Wildwood. 1 week from Friday at the Keenan's Irish Pub broadcast, the official opening of the Jersey Shore.
Yes.
Brought to you by Coors Light and the gates of summer open wide.
We had another. You guys were off on your love balloon ride yesterday. But we had another session, and everything's coming together nicely. And you know what? Tying it in with the anniversary of the show, and the whole thing, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, we're working on some special items. In fact, Marissa, I think we have a special logo that came down yesterday. Did you see it?
I did. It's awesome.
I love it.
It's so good.
Thank you to Greg Monahan for Green and Greg, the graphics guy.
Yeah,
for
the best.
coming up with the logo. So I'm hoping that'll be on T-shirts that we'll be handing out, and we have some other things, maybe some little tchotchkes. So
on jetliners.
I don't know about that. Well, maybe. Yeah.
Well,
we're
and-
putting together some games and things, obviously, and some prizes.
And I want to thank my friend Mike from Steak 'em Up, because there's Steak 'em Up here in Philly, and there's a Steak 'em Up in Wildwood on the boardwalk. He's given us $1,000 in cash.
He always
to give away.
does.
He's
always
does.
great, man.
So,
It's
thank you.
fantastic.
Yep. So we'll have cash and prizes and good times and baptisms and
whatnot
and swearing ins, and we're gonna have a good time, and I hope to see the regular cast of characters, those who've been there for years, but let's bring a bunch of people who've never been there before.
Who have lived for years listening to the show, not legally able to come and be a part of the Keenan's broadcast. And,
yeah,
I don't know, you take your Keenan's virginity? Is that,
yeah. That should definitely be
Why
it.
not?
All right. Yeah, maybe we'll be de-virginized.
Pop your Keenan's cherry?
Yeah, we'll be popping
All right,
cherries.
we just
all
thought of a
morning.
new game, right?
Pop your Keenan's cherry.
Oh, great.
All right.
All right, we'll come up with it when we get ready. But it's less than 2 weeks now, which is unbelievable. All right, let's give some stuff away. We are going to do a pair of tickets for the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival, June 3rd and 4th at Bader Field, presented by Ocean Casino Resort. The question this morning, here's one from not long ago. When it comes to the jazz of farts, Steve is akin to which legendary singer? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. When it comes to the jazz of farts, Steve is akin to which legendary singer? 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, despite the claim that he would never work with Vin Diesel again, Dwayne Johnson reportedly makes an appearance as Luke Hobbs during a post-credit scene in Fast X. From what we understand, Hobbs challenges Dom to the ultimate contest, seeing who can graduate from acting school.
Oh
my God.
67-year-old momager Kris Jenner took to Instagram on Friday to promote her, quote, latest creation, the Papadilla from Papa John's, which is a pizza sandwich hybrid. Jenner designed the sandwich with her daughters in mind and says it's like having a basketball player and a rapper in your mouth.
Oh my God.
And finally, Blac Chyna announcing she is thrilled to have reconciled with her mother, Tokyo Toni, after a lengthy feud. While the specifics aren't yet clear, many believe Blac Chyna and Tokyo Toni were brought together by their mutual friends, Iggy Indonesia and Pacific Rim Job. That's your Hollywood.
All righty, we'll see if someone knows the answer to this. When it comes to the jazz of farts, Steve is akin to which legendary singer? It is Fran who we are going to speak to. Good morning, Fran.
Good morning.
All right, Fran, when it comes to the jazz of farts, Steve is akin to which legendary singer?
Ella Fitzgerald.
Ella Fitzgerald. Fran. Hang on a second. We're going to set you up, Fran. You got a pair of tickets to the Atlantic City Beer and Music Festival, June 3rd and 4th, Bader Field, presented by Ocean Casino Resort, featuring over 100 breweries, pouring 400 beers. Dropkick Murphys perform on June 3rd and 311 on June 4th. And you can visit acbeerfest.com to get the tickets.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Shock IT. Unfortunately, it's not a question of if your business will be hit by a cyber attack. It's a question of when. Be prepared by protecting your business with shockit.com. That's shockit.com. We'll begin with some news about Marilyn Manson. He's returned to social media after a year away to tease new music. Yesterday, Manson posted 2 black and white photos of himself singing into a microphone on Instagram, and he captioned the photo saying, "I've got something for you to hear." And this is
it the verdict?
I don't think so. This is Manson's first release since multiple women accused him of sexual assault. So we will have to wait and see what that is all about. During an interview with Apple Music, Apple Music's Zane Lowe, Smashing Pumpkins frontman Billy Corgan revealed that he cried when Kurt Cobain died. He said, "I will go down always as saying Kurt was the most talented guy of our generation. Kurt had so much talent. It's like frightening. It's like John Lennon level of talent where you're like, how can you have all this talent?" He said, or Prince, right? He was like that. Regarding Kurt's passing, he said, "When Kurt died, I cried because I lost my greatest opponent." He said, "I want to beat the best. I don't want to win the championship because it's just me," and I'm quoting, "just me and a bunch of jabronis," to use a wrestling term.
He's really been out there doing a lot. He's in the Muppet series. He makes a cameo, and his interviews, and he's a really thoughtful guy.
He
you
is.
know, and that I like to see that side of him.
He said it's like Michael Jordan, arguably the greatest sports competitor I'll ever see in my lifetime. I mean, you want to talk about an alpha. That guy wanted to win the valet tip. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Just the tip.
You just saw him as somebody to try and be as good as or better than. Yeah. Gene Simmons. Recall the last time he saw Eddie Van Halen.
Go for Simmons.
Gene, who played a key role in the development of Van Halen, had signed them to a production deal and produced the pre-fame demo recordings for the then unsigned act. When he failed to bring the group to the next level of securing a record deal, he graciously let them free from their deal. During a chat with Classic Rock, Gene spoke about his late friend and legendary guitarist. He said, "My friendship with him is something that I'll always treasure. In the beginning, we saw a lot of one another, but less so as the years passed on. Our final meeting was in Los Angeles. We bumped into each other on Sunset Boulevard."
Eddie?
He said he was already deeply affected by cancer. I had read that he blamed his condition on using a metal guitar pick, putting it in his mouth. In my view, that wasn't the case. Ed smoked all the time. And he went on to say, all the same, when I heard that familiar voice calling my name on the street, "Hey, Gene," I wasn't sure what to say. His condition was well known at that point. He brought it up to me at the start of the conversation. "Hey, man, how you doing? I've got cancer." He said, "I was embarrassed and wanted to reach out and hug him, but standing there on the street with a cigarette in his hand, he opened his mouth and smiled, and he goes, 'Check this out,' inviting me to look at the space where his upper palate should have been." He just shrugged and said, "I've got this disease. What you going to do? I'll see you around." He said it was typical Ed, happy-go-lucky. But he was still smoking, man. Wow.
I don't get that. I don't get that.
Simmons laid out the bottom line about Eddie, explaining Eddie was all about the music, not just the chicks or the rock and roll lifestyle. That's something I always admired about him. He was a lover of life. Whenever you met him, he smiled from ear to ear. And regarding his legacy, he pulled no punches and said, as much as his death was upsetting, it also made me a little furious that so many of our so-called younger generation remain unaware of his talents. He said parents should be slapping mobile phones out of their kids' hands and telling them to check out this guy. Our millennials need to know about the most important musician since Jimi Hendrix. There will never be another like him.
Wow.
But there are an awful lot of videos that do feature people
There
playing
certainly are.
Eddie Van Halen licks, so maybe kids are hearing about
As I
them that way.
champion the chicken, Preston, my one respite is to sit down and listen to some Van Halen. Yeah.
Well, at least you have that.
That's it.
Let's see how.
You have more stories?
I do. I have a couple of Beatles stories.
Oh, I'm a fan.
With Ringo Starr heading back out on the road and turning 83 in a matter of weeks.
83?
Yeah.
He
Rockers,
looks terrific.
He does. He looks amazing. He's definitely had some work done, but it's kind of like Martha Stewart, Kathy, where it was kind of done the right way.
Have you ever noticed how he looks a lot like Martha Stewart?
In a matter of weeks, rockers half his age can learn a thing or two about keeping in shape. Ringo, who's been sober for the past 34 years, said that he's got an ongoing regimen. He said, I watch what I eat. I've been a vegetarian for the last 25 years. I was veggie before, but then I got off it and back on, and I've been vegetarian since 1992. I think it's important, and I'm always promoting proper eating. Also, Ringo, who is one of rock's most famous jet-setting partiers from the 70s and 80s, revealed how things have changed. He said, I go to the gym. I have a trainer who comes to my home 3 times a week, and I work out myself. On tour, usually I go at least 4 mornings a week to the gym, so I think you just got to keep moving and eat right, and I do the best that I can. But he looks unbelievable for 83 years old.
Both him and Paul, vegetarians.
Yeah.
Is Paul vegan, or is he just a vegetarian?
I want to say vegetarian.
Does he still have those chain of rib places?
No, those are gone. And he's a yoga fanatic.
Yes.
So he's just, that's what these guys do. They take care of themselves, and look how it's helped them.
Boodly boo.
All right, and another Beatles-related story. Steve sent this to me, and it's about Eric Burden from the
Animals.
The Animals. Apparently, he was the Eggman that John Lennon was singing about in I Am the Walrus.
So there's a sort of cryptic lyrics to that song, and it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it surfaced that the Eggman was a nickname that Burden earned after Lennon and Burden joined an orgy that included Eric Burden breaking eggs over women's bodies. In fact, the orgy came afterwards. In his biography, Burden told the whole crazy story. He said, I was the Eggman, he wrote, or as some of my pals called me, Eggs. The nickname stuck after a wild experience I'd had at the time with a Jamaican girlfriend called Sylvia. I was up early one morning cooking breakfast, naked except for my socks, and she slid up beside me and slipped me amyl nitrate capsule under my nose. As the fumes set my brain alight and I slid to the kitchen floor, she reached to the counter and grabbed an egg, which she cracked into the pit of my belly. The white and yellow of the egg ran down my naked front, and Sylvia slipped my egg-bathed unit and began to show me one Jamaican trick after another. He said, I shared the story with John at a party at a Mayfair flat one night.
You've got to goddamn be kidding me.
With a handful of blondes and a little Asian girl. And he says, go on, go get it, Eggman. And he said John was laughing over the little round glasses perched on the end of his hook-like nose as we tried the all too willing girls on for size. He shortened the story a little bit during an interview one time. He said, I just remember being at a party and eyeing up this girl. John Lennon was standing next to me and saying, go for it, Eggman. And it stuck after
Would
that.
you ever hear that song the same way again?
No. I still think the song is kind of a bit gibberishy.
Yes.
And maybe not necessarily about
the Eggman.
About Eric
Go for it.
Burden doing that, but it just he mentions the Eggman, and that's where the nickname came from.
Cuckoo-cuckoo.
And that is what I have in music news.
I'm reading the lyrics for the first time, and it's a ton of gibberish. What is Semolina Pilchard climbing the Eiffel Tower?
Semolina Pilchard climbing up the Eiffel Tower. I don't even know.
Okay,
man.
so that's I guess it's a name, perhaps Semolina.
Probably.
Yeah, and all right. I didn't know if you knew what that meant.
Elementary penguins singing Hare Krishna. Man, you should have seen them kicking Edgar Allan Poe.
I am the guy here.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was high, wrote the
I am
lyrics
really
down,
high here.
and he was like, you know what? There's a song here. Let's go for it.
Some say that it was kind of his commentary on
teletypes.
No, not on teletypes. On I can write anything, and
you'll buy it,
and people will buy it, eat it up, and it's one of his biggest hits.
Never said I was better than Jesus or bigger, that I could bench press more.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at some of these lyrics, and now I'm kind of like putting
Seeing the sex?
Well, yeah, yellow matter custard
dripping from a dead dog's eye. What about it?
I like.
That makes me so horny.
Yeah, but then crab-a-locker, fishwife, pornographic priestess.
Crab-a-locker. What the hell's a crab-a-locker?
It's where you put your crabs when you're working out.
In the locker.
So I'm over there at the LA Fitness, and I'm like, where do I put my crabs? Well, we'll give you a crab-a-locker.
Crab-a-locker fishwife. Is it like baby fish mouth?
Yeah, it's just like that.
It's like a baby wheel. Yeah. Pornographic priestess.
According to Patty Boyd, Harrison's wife, George's wife at the time, the words Semolina Pilchard refer possibly to Sergeant Pilcher of the London drug squad who waged a campaign against British rock stars and underground figures in the 60s. So maybe there's a connection there.
I don't really
Or maybe it's a whole bunch of
I never
buoy.
realized it was Juba.
Goo Goo Gajoob.
So I'm like
Juba. At the end of it, he's going Juba.
So Semolina Pritchard, let's just assume it's a woman's name. We all know what an Eiffel Tower is.
Right. It's another sex act. And when you give them the old dog eye hump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's all coming together. Man, you should have seen them. Sometimes, and obviously artists have said many times throughout, the history of music, that they will just make up nothing, and that's part of the deal.
Yeah, stream of consciousness.
Right.
It's just kind of what this is.
Yeah.
It's just all over the place. So I don't know. We could sit here and dissect it and try to figure out everything, but
We've got things to do, places to go.
We got to do that.
NPS coming in.
We do have
I
to.
need you to stop talking and listen to me.
The boss says we
that
got to
Paul?
go. No, that is that's Paul now. All right, we're gonna take a break. Santa's got to go. We'll return
Santa's got to go.
in just a moment, and we'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week prize. So stay with us. I get off.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, want to hang out with your favorite?
Hey, Harry. I can't speak.
You were traveling all day.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
The hairy or clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it hairy.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes, and Harry said correctly.
I'm sorry. And I snorted too. So we were chatting last night, and Kath shared a story with us about a friend who had a doctor's appointment, I think it was, Kathy?
Yeah, it's like a televisit, a telemedicine visit.
Yeah, we were just talking about, Zoom conferencing and all that stuff, and maybe speaking to relatives and so on. And
Framing a shot.
Yeah, framing a
so
shot.
that you're seen.
My mom she's always laying down when I talk to her, and she holds, I guess, we have a thing called the gram pad, which is like an iPad, and she holds it down low. And so I always get this shot going up. It looks like a looming, intimidating camera angle, but she only frames in part of her chin, and that's all that I see. So we're all coping with different.
Yeah, you love them, and obviously the grandpad has been a godsend, but you would like to see the full face of the woman who gave birth to you.
But listen to this. So
Yeah.
Kathy's friend had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, she had a doctor's appointment, and it was, over the computer. And so she just assumed they would be like chatting and talking about, I guess, whatever it is the checkup was for.
What kind of doctor is this?
So the doctor was with her gynecologist.
Oh, okay.
And so she was trying to explain something to her. And finally, at one point, the gynecologist said, you know what, you're going to have to show me.
Oh, my God.
And so she took her pants off and straddled the computer.
Oh, my
Preston,
God.
though, she was at work.
I was like, wait, back up. I was like, what? You had to show her? And she was like, yeah. She's like, listen, I've been going to her for years. So it was okay. It was fine. So I even texted my neighbor who's a gynecologist, and I said, do you do this with your patients? And she's like, well, no, we don't. But she's like, I guess some people do.
Well, okay, so so with televisits have become a thing, and the discussion is if this is going to be something. Dr. Mike seems to think it's going to be
ongoing. Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I
to be
really
honest,
do.
if you can just go, I have this rash on my arm instead of driving across.
Here's your copay now. Call in my prescription.
Call it in. You got this.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you can clear waiting rooms and stuff for people with more serious things, that's a positive.
Listen, there was it was more in the thick of COVID when things were a little bit more touchy, and not that it's gotten any better, but our fear of it was a little bit stronger a little while back, and so I had a teleconference with a specialist whom I would regularly go into the waiting room and wait minimum hour and a half past my appointment schedule, and this one right on time, done deal, in and out. It was so easy to do.
If you can do it now
I had to show him my butthole. But other than that, it was okay. No,
hold it up there. Yeah. But I would say this then, right? If you're going to call your gyno, and this is the one who is. Maybe call on your phone for ease of use. So you can hold it down, right, Preston? Because it's harder to put your iMac up to your cooter,
Oh,
right?
my God.
I mean, to me.
I think it was just jumped over it. And
I'm not going to ask what was the issue, but did it get it done? Was it?
Oh yeah, I see it right there. Yeah, it looks like Idaho.
Oh, right. I don't know. I didn't go further into the conversation. I was just shocked that.
How did that get in there?
She actually had to do that.
Steve, like anything else that we've seen in COVID times, we've seen some industries have had a boom because there's now demand, maybe like at-home stirrups and stuff like that.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Could end up being an industry.
Time for my appointment.
Absolutely. You know what you do? Just take the Casey, you're a cyclist. Just get on your bike and put them up on the handlebars.
You could do that.
Hang on a second. I want to go to Carl. Carl, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, what up, oranges? Oh, wait, no, you're triangles.
Wait a minute. What was that from?
What is that from?
It was me.
When Casey was talking about that dumb Cracker Barrel game.
Oh, that's
the game. What's up, Carl?
We always mess up our shapes and colors. It's all good.
Yes, yeah.
So I had what I thought was a weird bulge in my belly button area, and I thought, this is kind of weird. I should tell a nurse, like my sister's a nurse, so she said, you have to send us a picture and we can look at it. So I'm like, how am I going to take a belly button selfie? I work in a machine shop.
Yep.
So I'm standing there with my new phone, like with the camera facing me, with holding my shirt up with my chin, trying to take a picture in the middle of this welding machine shop. And my boss comes over, he goes, am I disturbing anything? I said, no. I said, I'm just trying to take a picture of my belly button, which was an even dumber response because I should have just said, hey, I think I have a hernia.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got the right angle. I didn't have to straddle the phone, thank God, but they did wind up sending me to the hospital, and I did have an umbilical hernia.
Wow. So it worked. It ended up being the thing that needed to be done. Okay.
You should just told your boss it was for your OnlyFans page.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, belly buttons only. I had to have emergency surgery. It was like
Wow.
my belly button, so it saved my life.
No, so there you go. So and that saved you the time. They could diagnose it right over there and get you in for something more serious. But still, I guarantee you, there are people who, inopportune moments, the door opens up and you have the iPhone up your ass.
Right.
What is this, Doc?
Here's a text that says, I almost broke my penis having sex. We've heard of that before. And had to do a Zoom call and show the doctor. It was awkward at first, but she's seen many penises, he says.
But it was his dentist. No, but that's rather common. And if something like that could be taken care of, you know what? Would you feel? Let me ask you. You're in the privacy of your own home. Would you feel even more comfortable in the confines of your own home? You're not in a doctor's office.
I think that the fact that they might be, what might be in the back of someone's mind is this being recorded?
Totally.
Yeah. And can somebody else get their hands on this type of thing?
Of course it's being recorded.
So listen, I've gotten used to dropping trowel and letting whatever doctors need to do whatever they need to do. And I never look forward to it, obviously, but it doesn't bother me now, but it may have at another age.
I think for me, it represents a whole new possibility. As you said, Preston, if you go and you show and you're sitting in the office for an hour and a half and you have a time and you've got things to do during your day and so what could be done in 10 minutes takes 2.5, 3 hours. To me, that's a win.
I'm wondering to what extent it'll be because when you go in for almost anything, a couple good band,
and
they're good people.
They're going to be. Did Pierre announce that yet?
Yes, he did. And Pancake was just telling me that they have passes to give away, so you want to listen to Pierre today to win passes to them.
That's right. I forgot he mentioned it on our show yesterday. I wasn't sure if we were off air talking about that or on air, but Revivalists are going to be doing a special studio session here.
Terrific.
And you can win passes to come and hang out here at the MMR Studios in a live performance of Revivalists. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So great band, really nice guys, and Pierre Robert will have your exclusive opportunity to win those tickets. So make sure that you're with them. Today is Tattoos Day, and that means we got to give away some ink. I would like to congratulate Brian and Tulloch of Winona, New Jersey. Gets $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. Tattoos Day on the President Steve Show, presented by our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and they are located at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. And if you want to check out the artwork samples, just visit floatingworldtattoos.com, or you can check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. I would like to thank a couple of people on our program. We had Michael Carbonaro on the show. And the live show he is doing is this weekend. It's Saturday at the Keswick Theater, 8 p.m. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. And super nice guy.
Yes.
A lot of fun, very entertaining. His magic is great, and he's very, very funny, too.
It's just going to be a hell of a show.
Yep. And then thank you to Chef Jen Carroll. Hey! Love Jen Carroll. She is hosting Winter Chicken Dinner, a free chicken sandwich pop-up on Thursday and Friday from 11:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. at 216 Market Street.
One of those chicken sandwiches she was talking about.
So you got to get the FanDuel app. When you stop by there, you have to be at least 21 years or older. That's what it said in the little press release.
Yes.
Thing anyway, so make sure you stop by, get some fantastic food from Jen Carroll. It's time to do the letter of the day. I got you. Is that a Pierre Robert? Okay, gotcha.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
A as an alligator.
I. And we will give away the prize on Friday, and we have a pair of tickets and meet and greet passes with Rival Sons for their show Saturday, June 3rd. That's at Franklin Music Halls, presented by MMR. And the show also features the record company and Starcrawler. And tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Second chance to win tickets and meet and greet on the contest page at WMMR.com. And now I will thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', and also brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill at the Jersey Shore. And you can enjoy Coors Light responsibly. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll do our Wednesday things. That's Fox Good Day and Secret Text Word. And we'll have a nice little sit-down conversation with Rob and Dave from the Hooters.
Love that.
So they've got new music out, new album, fantastic. So we'll spend some time with them. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.